So, like the jingle said, with the wonderful lyrics written by Violet, with the use of AI to put that musical piece together, was quite entertaining. It is. We run this room. Steve runs this room slash show. Very organized. Everybody gets a fresh vibe. Everybody gets a chance to speak. But we do it in order. We don't want interruptions. We do encourage, conversations that are productive and meaningful and not suck. Like don't throw personal attacks and don't say silly stuff because when that silly stuff gets said, we're going to challenge that silly stuff. So we do have Nesset next for his fresh five or her fresh five, however they may be, and then we will go around back in order. I know Elliot didn't get his fresh five earlier, but we're going to give Nesset his mic time. Nesset, you got your fresh five. Care to say?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yep. Go ahead, Nesset.
Very, very well. So real quick, I just like to say that I'm black from Africa, etc. Right, and I just want to say that atheism is not an African original concept. It was never a part of traditional African culture. All of our African ancestors believed in some type of higher being, some type of supreme being, right? Um, and that being said, I also like to say that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is not the black man's religion. We were made slaves under Allah and Jesus Christ, right? Jesus did not free us. Allah did not free us. So any black person that is, a Muslim or Christian, you are lost. Brother or sister, you are extremely lost. And the world is fucked up today because people keep trying to force their religions upon other people, right? As black people, like, bro, like we were by ourselves. All you other races, you guys came to us in the beginning. You guys came and fucked with us, right? You wanted to deal with us. You wanted to take what we had, right? And then now you're complaining that your societies are being fucked up because we're a part of it. But in the beginning, you guys came to us. We didn't ask for none of this shit. We didn't ask for none of this shit. Y'all could have just left us alone, right? But it already happened, right? But yeah, I'm a practitioner of African spirituality, right? In Africa, we have many African spiritual systems, right? And you won't find your truth within these spiritual systems. You will not find your truth within the religion of the white man, or the religion of the Arab man, or the religion of the Chinese or Asian, or whatever type of other race, right? And um, religion is a cultural concept which is specific to each race of people on this planet Earth. That means that everybody on this earth, they have their own concept of what God is, right? And it's connected to them. So if you're a black person worshiping Allah or Jesus Christ or Buddha, Muhammad, right, or any of the Hindu deities, right, you are lost. You are extremely lost. And I will land on that.
I also have a response.
Okay, thank you very much, Nesset, and thank you everybody for joining us here on Ask the Atheist with
Because I'm not racist, I'm gonna go for the black man.
We're gonna go around again. JCC, I'll let you call out the order.
Hang on, madam. So yeah,
Very well said,
madam,
Nessa.
madam,
Very
you're
well
gonna,
said.
madam, if you interrupt again, you will be put down in the audience. So please, Alfonso has something to say. Alfonso, you can add on to what you were saying before and respond to what Nessa said as well. Great, Alfonso. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, to finish my previous interaction, I was trying to steel man what creationism might mean in different traditions. A very common one in different traditions is that there was some entity, superior, creator, maybe roamed the earth or was independent of the earth, came up and created plants as they exist, and humans and animals as they exist, and they never evolved. For others who are a little bit more in depth, they would say that God, like John Mallinckrodt says, he gave the spark and then didn't really do much. So he started the whole process of evolution and humans and all that. But as objective so to the traditions of Africa, again, if you think that the African traditions are monolithic and they all believe in a higher power, the evidence shows that religion in all the world, and especially in Africa, because that's the cradle of civilization, started with animism, basically seeing agents in nature, and we started to believe that there were spirits acting, um, behind the scenes, and I think it's very poetic. It's beautiful, the human experience. But there's something that really worries and concerns me, right? There's thousands of Christians that are being murdered for being Christian. I'm an atheist, but I don't condone the murder of theists either, right? And so Africans, Muslims are murdering, killing Christians, non-Christians, just because they have different belief systems. And so that is concerning when you come up with the supremacy of one belief system. That's very problematic.
Thank you, Alfonso. Well said.
Can I respond to that?
Just, 60 seconds. Go ahead, Nessa. What's your response? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the whole ordeal of Africans killing each other on the continent because of these religions, you gotta understand that as black people, as Africans, we are under a spell. Like, for example, I'm here as a black man, an African, speaking English to you all. English is not my indigenous language to my ancestors. It's not the language that we spoke. So, like, our subconscious mind and the way we see the world, it's so fucked up that when we see each other through the lenses of white people. Like, we're that fucked up that we see each other through white people's lenses. So when we're over here killing each other in the name of these religions, you gotta understand that, like, it's so hard to, like, explain. It's just that we're just under a spell. We're not operating through our natural self at all. From the way we see each other, from the way we see God, we're not operating as our true self. And white people, like, bro, why the fuck won't y'all just leave us the fuck alone? Just leave us the fuck alone. Stop coming to Africa, right? Stop implementing whatever the fuck y'all got going on. Just leave us alone. From the beginning, you guys came over and wanted to do whatever the fuck. We were perfectly fine. We were perfectly fine.
I just want to contribute very quickly. Nesset, although I'm an atheist, although I'm a Jew, I consider myself a white person, and you have my personal guarantee. I have no intention of going to Africa, and I absolutely, without question, will leave you alone. That being said, JCC, may I make a recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead.
I recommend that we go to Madam now, because I believe she's on her knees, giving us pleas and chomping at the bit. But that's up to you. That's up to you.
Sir. I think, Madam, you got like 2 minutes to respond to something and add something on topic or something different. Madam, are you there? All right, Madam. Well,
I'm here.
Okay.
It's a lot going on. My very close friend has something to say. She's been listening. She has something to say.
Is it in reference to what we just currently discussed about?
Let me tell you a little bit about history right now. You know, black people sold themselves to their own people at one time. So did Europeans. Everybody sold themselves at one time to their own race. We can't be blaming white people for every problem on this fucking earth. Let me tell you something right now. Nobody is a problem. We're all human. And the race is human race. There is no fucking race that's to divide you and to conquer. Stop playing into the bullshit and come together and fight who's really ruling the world, which is 13 royal families ruling this motherfucking world. We should be literally taking back our country, taking back our earth, and telling these people not to rule us anymore. I'm telling you right now.
Can I respond to that?
No, you cannot. I'm going to respond to that and turn it back to JCC. So, Madam, are you finished? Okay, very good. I want everybody except Madam and the mods to turn down No, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I was going to say something very stupid. I'm biting my tongue. JCC back.
Good job, Steve. Good job. So, thank you, Madam's friend, for sharing that tidbit of information. Yes, Nesset, since you brought this up, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond because I want to pass the mic to I Am God. He's been wanting to chime in on the topic. So, what's your response, Nesset?
Yeah, so with the whole, it's crazy that, Madam's friend brought this up because I was just speaking to my white colleague about this not too long ago, right? The whole ordeal with Africans selling other Africans, you understand that, yes, we're all humans, right? And even I would argue that we're not all human beings, but that's a different conversation. But you understand that, like, when white people encountered Africans during that time, we had a different mindset, right? There's a book. It's called the Iceman Inheritance, right? And it talks about how the upbringings of white people and Africans, it created a psychology where white people were able to take advantage of our psychology. For example, right, in Africa, we live in a tropical climate, right, where we don't really have to worry about food, right, because the sun will bring the food back, right? The food grows out of the earth. It comes from the trees, right? There's plentiful of animals. There's land plentiful everywhere, right? Right? Minimal clothing, right? Whereas white people, they grew up in an environment where it was cold, harsh, right? Nothing survived, nothing grew, right? So they had to think of ways to survive. They had to think in the future, right, to survive the winter. So when they came across Africans who were living in this land of abundance, right, they were able to take advantage of this type of environment, this type of people, because of how they were living, right? So Africans, we have, until this day, we have a very, how can I say, it's very innocent. Africans are very peaceful people. I will say, we are very peaceful people. I know,
Wrap it up,
may not seem,
wrap it up.
yeah, I know it may not seem like it, but we are very peaceful, innate people in our hearts. We're just peaceful people. We Europeans are not peaceful people. They are a very warlike type of people, savage people.
Thank you, Nessa. Thank you. So, I Am God. What is it you care to add?
Oh man, I have so much to say, but we're gonna show me some of the less. Wrote it down there.
We'll give you a fresh 5. You got 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Thank you. Les, I think that's his name. Um, you talking about things take shape, things that man does that. Steve has said a lot of it that was correct as well. We are the creators, we're destroyers. We give life, we take life, we move mountains, we feed the animals, we look out. Now, there's evil on this earth, yes. We look out after each other. So all that you said, I didn't understand. Factories is what made your couch to look through that shape. Factories made through TV look the way it looked. Factories made these clothes, the hat, and that shape, that knife, and that shape. You see, factories have done it. And we ship these things to you, and you accept it. You don't ever push it back and go, I don't want that because that's man-made. I wait for God to send me out his own image. You see, when you're on that table, that doctor, make sure that your heart is beating, that you pull through that surgery. You see? So I'm going to leave that one alone. And that's brother, oh my God. There's a saying where you should just keep quiet and let people think you smart instead of opening your mouth and moving all reasonable doubt. The people in this room, I'm sure we're older than you. We're older than you that you have to give us no history. A woman matter, dropped it down on you real quick. Not long, not drawn out, nice and simple. And you just sat there and said how Europeans are evil, how they're nasty. But what you didn't understand, how you just came in this room with white people and just said about the things you said in the tone of your voice. So you pretty much wasn't representing good Africans. You see? So I would say to you, don't go in a space that makes you uncomfortable. Hear me when I say that. Let this be scripture. Go where you are happy. Because evidently, your soul isn't good. It's not nice. Just like the last man who kept saying, oh, y'all racist, y'all racist. Why would you put yourself in that area, in that room, around those people? You see, it doesn't do good for the soul. really doesn't. It makes you respond and talk like you're talking now because you look at that. No, we wasn't blind. No, we're not looking at the world or America through because I'm wise enough now. Got my third eye open. Don't blame no white man. Don't blame the black man. I will blame myself because of the situation that I put myself in. And you should be grown enough to know now. Anybody got to put you on a pot to piss no more. You should know. Don't look at that way because evidently it makes you angry. I'm just like Steve up there when he said, I don't care your race. I don't care your color. You're an asshole because you're an asshole. Now, am I prejudiced? Yes, because there's some things I don't like. And there's some people that I don't like. But you're too old, brother, to be coming here, probably come to America, that you probably dislike, you don't like, but you come here. You're taking our resources. You see? Then you probably go back to Africa. I don't know. But the way you're
I'm not in America, brother. I'm not in America.
Okay, okay. I said I don't know. But I said you may come to America. You may have been to America. I didn't say you are American. But why go to a place that you don't like? That's my point. I lay it.
Thank you very much for that.
May I comment?
We'll come around. First, I'd just like to say, if
But very well.
anybody would like to come on up,
Hang on.
hang on, guys.
Hang on, that's it.
If anyone else would like to come on up and add to the conversation, or talk about whatever's on your mind, you can come on up and get your fresh five too. I am now going to turn it back over to JCC to decide which direction we're going to take next.
Excellent. Thank you, Violet. This is fun. I really enjoy this conversation. I want to, Elliot, we were chiming in, asking you to speak in hour number 2. It's now hour number 3. Elliot, you got a moment to talk. You can get your fresh five while we still got time for fresh fives, bro. What's on your mind? Elliot, are you there?
I'm just listening. I don't know. The conversation about the race is always cringe, but thanks for that.
But of course, Elliot, you're so welcome. So Les, you want to respond? I'll give you a minute or so to respond. What was on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who spoke and addressed what I said didn't say anything that I feel was substantial. Like your guy Steve up there, I spoke about order, and then he's talking about cancer. Where does cancer happen? Do you have sand and rocks getting cancer? Isn't cancer in cells? That's order. Cancer don't just go in and grab on the metal and.
Okay, so let's dialogue back and forth. So actually, cancer is disorder, right? He was using that as example in antithesis to the order that you're claiming, right? And I also gave you. Please do not interrupt. I also gave you a response to rebut your intelligent design argument. I don't know if that's what you knew you were doing. You're making a claim. Look at things that, look at the trees argument. Trees seem to be ordered, right? Therefore, there must be an intelligent designer behind the trees. There's nothing to conclude from that because we can see things that are ordered by intelligent beings like us, and then we can compare and contrast things that do not need a quote-unquote a designer. And that's why Steve brought up volcanoes, hurricanes, and tornadoes. Those are the opposite of order. And if you're claiming all things are from an intelligent designer, it doesn't follow because there's disorder in the same thing. So just because you see complexity does not mean it's intelligent.
I'm a pattern recognition seeker.
If I was able to allow you to speak and you communicated clearly without interrupting you, let me be able to speak. Okay? So when we talk about volcanoes, does volcano happen in the air? It happens in the earth. That's order. Okay? It happened in a specific location. You don't expect planes to be flying underground. So your idea of disorder is happening within a specific vicinity that accommodates for that activity to happen in that location. So it's still ordered. So whatever you say about volcano, tornado, they're not happening in random places.
Beautiful. Do not interrupt. 10 seconds before he said, let's dialogue.
This is for the war in Iraq. You know, those
it's okay to dissent against your own country. Well, if that's okay, then why isn't it okay to disagree with?
He was also United Nations staff at the United Nations Auditor of Turin, Italy. He's part of the.
You're gonna get a cheap flight experience. I don't think it really mattered.
I think that he. So I was. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say real quick. So from my understanding, and I could be wrong, Spirit was intended to be like a.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on God's sacred thee of thee, O Lord. the hawks by my bed, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, flashing a bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophetess and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the Entenimere. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dawn waves of music and the song that I made, oh, to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 6 and 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Remove your car scratches in 60 seconds or get your money back. Look, no cuts, no
About
Photoshop.
me shine the diamonds already.
More than that, can
Tacitus describes the physical characteristics of these mighty Germans. He wrote about how they had fierce blue eyes, blonde hair, and huge frames. In short, they were perfect Aryans. For the Nazis, the Germania was proof that the German people were descended from a mighty race superior to all others, and provided a direct link to their Aryan origins. And the words of Tacitus would resonate with one German in particular. To give up the Aeneas Codex. But the Count Aurelio Baldeschi Baliani was not used to being bossed around.
Mussolini wanted to give it to Hitler as a present, but my father actually didn't like fascism. He didn't like Mussolini.
The Count thought Mussolini was ridiculous, and he had no time for the pompous upstart's demands. So he refused to hand over the book.
He didn't want to make Mussolini too happy. He didn't want to make Hitler happy. I mean, he didn't want to give it away.
I was always proud of my father for everything. Just to say no and just to be very nonchalant about it. I think that demonstrates courage and intelligence.
Another of his properties is Palazzo in the town of Jesi, only a few miles away. The Count's treasures had been smuggled out in agricultural carts, hidden from the Germans beneath piles of farm produce.
There were many cars that were going at that time in the center of the town of Jesi, so lots of things were hidden under the wheat and under the grapes.
Could it be that the Aeneas Codex was among the valuables? Mine is the head of the man, and
This was the first time humanity had ever seen what an alien looked like. Its body was covered in blood-red scales, and its face looked strangely similar to the demons of legend. But this alien freely handed humanity a huge amount of advanced technology. However, scientist Locke quickly sensed that something was off, because ever since this visitor from space arrived, humanity's technological progress had come to a complete standstill, and no one had come up with a single new invention. So Locke immediately reported the discovery to top government officials, but the officials did not care at all. After all, with alien technology doing the work for them, humanity had no need to develop anything with its own hands. Then the officials casually told Locke that the alien had asked them to capture every kind of animal on Earth, but no one knew why he wanted that. So, at a formal banquet, Locke openly confronted the alien in front of everyone, asking why they locked down technology and wanted to take away Earth's animals. But the alien did not dodge the question at all. Instead, it calmly said all of this was for humanity's own good. It sealed off technology because it feared humans would gain the power to destroy themselves, and it wanted the animals only to put on an exhibition on its own planet. Unexpectedly, those words left Locke with nothing to say. Right after that, the alien said it would help pregnant women optimize their babies' genes. To do that, it had one pregnant woman place her palm against a round disc. At first, the woman wanted to refuse, but under the alien's overwhelming presence, she obeyed. In an instant, a snow-white beam shot straight into the night sky, and everyone there was left stunned. They all believed this was improving the fetus's genes. But Locke, standing in the crowd, caught something unusual, because inside the beam, a strange symbol could be seen
by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. The wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the waves of music in the song that I made. Oh, to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By del homem I involti. Free mind is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I involti. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get a bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra by the word I invoke thee. E minor, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. We are strike, strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my only voice for the revenge, let it strike like lightning, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh me, oh Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Be a contributor that yes, their tickets were probably, maybe a little cheaper than other airlines, but Frontier has
Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And JCC, why don't you say the standard last words for the show?
Wish you all happy trails until we meet again. Thank you, folks.
Bombadita, 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 happy trails to you. Bombadita, 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 bombadita. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather. Happy trails to bombadita, bom, 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 bom,
My grandma had she got a whole bunch of bamboo in her backyard. And my grandma got a whole bunch of bamboo.
To spirit, it's such a horrible comparison.
That wasn't a comparison. That wasn't a comparison. Don't lie. It wasn't a comparison.
He was reciting that they did it.
We're choosing them in the first place. Like this whole check bag, I'm sure that in comfort, you probably thinking, I'm going to be here for a long time, so let me just get here up front and figure out what the cost would be rather than going with their business model. Like, again, that was mentioned earlier, has been working for 30 years.
Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain.
Megatron.
By my body I invoke thee.
Welcome to the book club. Hello? So I'm going to read a book. Not many people these days take the time to do this. Most people are too busy talking. Nobody's actually learning. People claim they are learning, but I have yet to hear anyone learn anything. It's unbelievable. Nothing intelligent is being projected. It's all just stoic or Socratic method dialogue. And then they say, let's dialogue. And then they interrupt you immediately because it was a lie. They don't want to dialogue. They just. But, anyways, I heard a lot of bullshit this morning on this app. A lot of bullshit. A lot of shit about white people being the worst people on the earth. And that black people had the natural God, the magic God, but it was the Muslims and the Christians that enslaved and raped and destroyed the African, and they have the world's real religion.
Wait, did you say Earth?
Earth. Earth.
Like Alf? Like Alf? Remember Alf? Or you mean Earth?
Like the truth. Like the truth at your birth and at your death. The truth is the truth of the earth from your birth until your death. Then you have to ask yourself, was Clubhouse worth it?
Oh, I have something to read to you, my friend.
Okay, then you will be modded 3 minutes to 10 minutes. That's the book club rule.
Okay, so this is the hypostases of archons. The book is called The Reality of the Rulers. It's an anonymous tractate presenting an esoteric interpretation of Genesis 1 to 6, partially in the form of a revelation discourse between an angel and a questioner. While the tractate illustrates a wide range of Hellenistic syncretism, whatever, the most evident components are Jewish, although it presents a form of the hypostases of archons, shows clearly a Christian features, thus it can be considered Christian work. Its theological perspectives is a various Gnostic as perhaps Eppian affirmation. It is generally assumed that the hypostases of archons, like all the other non-Hammadi texts, is translated from Greek. The possibility of Coptic on the phrase "besides me" in Isaiah 46:9 and blind in this hypostasis, in this chapter, such as well as a description of animal-headed rulers, suggests that the performance may have been Egyptian. This document is tentatively dated in the 3rd century CE. It's obviously no later than the 4th century to which Nag Hammadi collection is dated. But the well-developed Gnostic treatment of material in this document, as well as the Midrashic handling of spiritual material, argue against the early date. Furthermore, the philosophical orientation of, I'm assuming, chapter 96, 11 through 14, has identified as atypical of the 3rd century Neoplatonism. The questions of date and provenance complicated. And the possibility that the work as it stands is a result of Christian editors having combined narrative sources, interpreting parts of Genesis with a revelation discourse concerning with the Syriotology and eschatology, or teratology and eschatology, and placing them both with Christian. Hypostasis of the archons is certainly the work of a Gnostic teacher instructing an audience while using previous material. He writes, from a position of authority, even an angelic revelation, where the characters in the discourse is, obstinately speaking, however you say that. The audience is a Christian Gnostic community, aware of the material of both testaments and accepting the authority of Paul. They are familiar with Jewish literary traditions, including the Apocrypha, or elliptic text. A tradition functioning from the apocalyptic, providing reassurance for the insecure community. It's operative here. The hypostasis of archons, and thus an esoteric work written for the self-conscious community, which probably felt pressure from the Christian community that defined itself as orthodox, others as heretical. There are clearly some literary relationships between the hypostasis of archons and on the origin of the world, which follows this tractate in code. Second, aim to draw a common source. Later, the latter mentions the book or books of Noria, which the Ephesians also refer to. Which Epiphanius also refers to. It's suggested that the hypostasis of archons is to be identified with that source, but without compelling evidence. There are a brief introduction quoting the great apostle Paul. The hypostasis of archons offer its methodological narratives. The main characters in the mythological drama which unfolds includes a blind ruler, Samuel, also called Daka, or Fools, and Yaldabaoth, who blasphemies against the divine, the spiritual woman who arouses or roses Adam and outwits its rulers, the snake. An introduction, instructor, who counsels the men and women to eat the fruit forbidden by the rulers. Noria, the daughter of Eve, the virgin, pure in character and exalted in knowledge. Page 93 of the tractate will focus changes on somewhat the center stage now is the great angel of Athena, who reveals to Nora, the original and destiny of the archonic powers. Hypostases of Archon proclaims, as the title indicates, the reality of the Archon rulers. Far from being merely fictitious, imaginary powers and archons are all too real. These rulers indeed exist. This is a grim reality for the Christian Gnostics, who define their own spiritual nature in opposition to the ruling and enslaved authorities. Yet, as the document promises, the Christian Gnostics can have hope, and their spiritual nature will be more lasting than the archons, and their heavenly destiny will be more glorious. In the end, the rulers will perish, and the Gnostics, the children of the light, will know the Father and praise Him.
Okay, that was like 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. Welcome to the book club, everybody. Invite your friends. This is not the Socratic dialogue. This is straight up information. This is gathering information, distributing information. This is called how you don't waste fucking time. This is called interesting. But the same conversation over and over and over again with the same people saying the same shit. What the fuck? The point is that? No fucking point. It's a waste of time. So that means people are doing this all the time. They're wasting all their time. But anyways, I'm going to read from a book. Then I hope you will read from a book. We read from 3 to 10 minutes in the book club. We don't talk about the books we read. We just read the books. That's the secret of my magic book club is we don't waste any time. We just distribute information. You pick it up and you run with it. That's it. That's it. That's the whole show. That's the whole game. No more wasted time. No more opinions. And that's it. I'm going to read a book now. Here we go. This is Ayn Rand, page number 22. The process of concept formation does not consist merely of grasping a few simple abstractions, such as chair, table, hot, cold, and of learning to speak. It consists of a method of using one's consciousness, best designated by the term conceptualizing. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. Oh, Megatron, the reason why I bought this book is because remember that day with Simon where we were like, we're gonna...
Yeah. I have some books in PDF. I haven't began to read them yet though, because I got stuck having to do other stuff, like buy my wife a car. Do you know what that's like?
I know what it's like to buy pretty girls nice stuff.
What it's like.
You know what's...
Buy a car that...
You know what's funny about this Ayn Rand is it's very... Simon is right, it's very good, but Simon does a horrible job explaining it. That's the funny part. Simon doesn't actually explain it like barely at all. But when you read Ayn Rand, you're like, holy shit, this is pretty smart. Like this is very advanced thinking. Okay, continuing on, page 22. It is not a passive state of registering random impressions. It is an actively sustained process of identifying one's impressions in conceptual terms, of integrating every event and every observation into a conceptual context, of grasping relationships, differences, similarities in one's perceptual material and abstracting them into new concepts, of drawing inferences, of making deductions, of reaching conclusions, of asking new questions and discovering new answers and expanding one's knowledge into an ever-growing sum. The faculty that directs this process, the faculty that works by means of concepts, is reason. The process is thinking. Reason is the faculty that identifies and integrates the material provided by man's senses. It is a faculty that man has to exercise by choice. Thinking is not an automatic function. In any hour and issue of his life, man is free to think or to evade that effort. Thinking requires a state of full focused awareness. The act of focusing one's consciousness is volitional. Man can focus his mind to a full, active, purposefully directed awareness of reality, or he can unfocus it and let himself drift in a semi-conscious daze, merely reacting to any chance stimulus of the immediate moment. At the mercy of his undirected sensory perceptual mechanism of any random associated connections it might happen to make. When man unfocuses his mind, he may be said to be conscious in a subhuman sense of the word, since he experiences sensations and perceptions. But in the sense of the word applicable to man, in the sense of a consciousness which is aware of reality and able to deal with it, a consciousness able to direct the actions and provide for the survival of a human being, an unfocused mind is not conscious. Psychologically, the choice to think or not is the choice to focus or not. Existentially, the choice to focus or not is the choice to be conscious or not. Metaphysically, the choice to be conscious or not is the choice of life or death. Consciousness, for those living organisms which possess it, is the basic means of survival. For man, the basic means of survival is reason. Man cannot survive as animals do by the guidance of mere percepts. A sensation of hunger will tell him that he needs food, if he has learned to identify it as hunger, but it will not tell him how to obtain his food, and it will not tell him what food is good for him or poisonous. He cannot provide for his simplest physical needs without a process of thought. No percepts and no instincts will tell him how to light a fire, how to weave cloth, how to forge tools, how to make a wheel, how to make an airplane, how to perform an appendectomy, how to produce an electric light bulb, or an electric tube, or a cyclotron, or a box of matches. Yet his life depends on such knowledge, and only a volitional act of his consciousness. A process of thought can provide it. But man's responsibility goes still further. A process of thought is not automatic or instinctive, nor involuntary, nor infallible. Man has to initiate it, to sustain it, and to bear responsibility for its results. He has to discover how to tell what is true or false and how to correct his own errors. He has to discover how to validate his concepts, his conclusions, his knowledge. He has to discover the rules of thought, the laws of logic, to direct his thinking. Nature gives him no automatic guarantee of the efficacy of his mental effort. Nothing is given to man on earth except a potential and the material on which to actualize it. The potential is a superlative machine, his consciousness. But it is a machine without a spark plug, a machine of which his own will has to be the spark plug, the self-starter and the driver. He has to discover how to use it, and he has to keep it in constant action. The material is the whole of the universe, with no limit set to the knowledge he can acquire and to the enjoyment of life he can achieve. But everything he needs or desires has to be learned, discovered, and produced by him, by his own choice, by his own effort, by his own mind. A being who does not know automatically what is true or false cannot know automatically what is right or wrong, what is good for him or evil. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand.
Want to rant? Want to rant? I've been looking on a lot of poetry books. Some old ones. And then I got into this song yesterday. And it's because I saw TikTok. I must show you the TikTok now. It was this black guy who was singing Tool. and he does it acoustically, and I never heard a song like this ever in my entire life. And I'm gonna share the fucking TikTok with you because I just think it's that important. I saw him doing this, and it's such a song that you would never see. What's up, sister? It's a song that you would never see a black man with an acoustic guitar singing. So that in and of itself was like, shit, what song was he singing? And then when he sang it, he did it so good that it inspired me to learn the song yesterday. That's why I was singing it.
Do you want to pin it or put it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in right now. And it's like a fucking. At first it looks like a goofy video. Like I didn't want to ruin like the picture I had in my head about who this guy was. So I started scrolling, and there were like moments where I was like, "Oh, this guy's really goofy." I was like, "So I don't want to ruin the video by looking at all his other goofy shit." So I just kind of kept it.
You know what happens is when you find a successful, if you create a successful video on YouTube, what the creator does is they just recreate that successful video over and over and over again. There's this, there's these two guys on YouTube that like sing this one stupid song. It's like, I need a new heart and my heart is broken. Now I got you. And then they feature like a girl or some entertainer who sings the song. They do the audio enhancement. But they're, they got like 25 million subscribers and they're probably making a few million a year singing the same stupid song over and over again.
I'm not that lucky.
A few million. If you do 500 million impressions on YouTube and you're a, paid creator, that's $2.5 million in revenue. And every month YouTube pays out $1 billion to its creators. Meanwhile, Clubhouse gives you the option to get some gold coins that you can't even cash out. It's so stupid. This app is so stupid. It's such a waste of time. But not in the book club because we're using our brain here to improve our brain.
Yeah, no, the book club is superior. Yeah, superior.
Carmen, welcome to the book club. We are reading books to each other here. Do you have a book you'd like to read, Carmen? Excellent. We also have Fatima here and Ben.
So he does this so fucking good, and I'm not even gonna ruin it for you. Okay, Carmen? I'm not gonna ruin anything for you.
Look at Megatron's PTR. He's got the Sephiroth or the Tree of Life overlaid on Mother Mary.
Yeah. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's check out this
There
TikTok.
goes the video. Watch the video. I got stuck watching the video before I posted it because I just think he does such a good job. There's a shadow just behind me. You gotta listen to it. Guarding every step I take, making every promise that's made. Something with the past and now, loving back what you after. Something with the past and now, we not be so right. Just
Yeah, that guy's getting laid with that song. Make your day. Okay, we're continuing on in the book club. That was our brief music segue to another book. We are here to improve our brains by using our brains. Carmen, would you like to read a book for 3 to 10 minutes? Now's your chance. 30 seconds going once. 30 seconds going twice. 33 seconds going 3 times. No? Okay, Megatron, it's your turn in the queue to read a book. Do you have a book, Megatron?
I want to read to you the lyrics to the song. And I'm going to read them as like a poem. And I'm not going to read them as an actual song. But I might have it playing in the background. Okay? You know about TV now. Okay? This is Stains doing the acoustic version of Kitover. The song originally by Tool. says every shadow's just behind me. Okay, hold on a second. Let me lower this up. Listen to this. It's very good words. It says every shadow just behind me. Grounded every step I take. Breaking every promise empty. Pointing every finger at me. Waiting like a stalking butler. Full upon the full rest. Only now the path is lost me. Just because the sun has set. Jesus was a fucking whistler. Nothing but the past is done. Jesus was a fucking whistler. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we not be so? I just want to start this over. Why can't we just sleep forever? I just want to start this. I just want to start this over. Second verse. I am just a worthless liar. Maybe just an imbecile. I will only complicate you. Trust in me and fall as well. I will find the center in you. I will chew it up and leave. I will work to elevate you. Just enough to break the time. But when there was a whisper, nothing but the past is done. Mary was a fucking whistler. Nothing but the past is done. Why can't we not be so? I just want to start this over. Can't we just drink forever? I just want this start over this time. I know I hated that verse. It kind of repeats the same thing from the second verse. I just think this is a great song. What do you think about that, man? This song is great.
Okay, thank you for that share, Almighty Megatron. Welcome back, everybody, to the Clown House Book Club, where we are fighting the brain rot minute to minute. We are using our brains to improve our brains by reading what's called books. Many people have forgotten about books because cell phones have taken over their minds. They are no longer actually alive. It's the cell phone controlling the body. But here in the book club, we are liberating our brains from cell phones using books. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are reading actual books. These long forgotten pieces of paper with wisdom and intelligence embedded on the sheets. Welcome back to the book club. Okay, we just had a submission from Almighty Megatron Prime, the leader of the Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim debate room that has been going on for many years now, plaguing Barth's mind day to day as he works, drilling and hammering nails at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day, and his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we are sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your second chance to participate. Carmen? Nope. Okay, Carmen. Carmen, we're putting you in the goo. The stage is only for participants. Sorry, Carmen. Okay, this is page number 24, Ayn Rand. I'm going to read 2 more pages from Ayn Rand, and then that'll be my Ayn Rand for the day. And then I'm going to move on to our super special bonus section just for the Gnostics. Page 24. Yet he needs that knowledge in order to live. He is not exempt from the laws of reality. He is a specific organism to a specific nature that requires specific actions to sustain his life. He cannot achieve his survival by arbitrary means or by random motions, nor by blind urges, nor by chance, nor by whim. That which his survival requires is set by his nature and is not open to his choice. What is open to his choice is only whether he will discover it or not, whether he will choose the right goals and values or not. He is free to make the wrong choice, but not free to succeed with it. He is free to evade reality. He is free to unfocus his mind and stumble blindly down any road he pleases, but not free to avoid the abyss he refuses to see. Knowledge, for any conscious organism, is the means of survival. To a living consciousness, every is implies an ought. Man is free to choose not to be conscious, but not free to escape the penalty of unconsciousness. Destruction. Man is the only living species that has the power to act as his own destroyer, and that is the way he has acted through most of his history. Oh, we got Mountain Man. I hope you'll join us, Mountain. You need this more than anyone. It's called reading books. So, Mountain, what we're doing is we're reading for 3 to 10 minutes each.
What's up, dude?
What up? I'm reading right now The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand. I'm reading 2 pages, and I'm putting all this on YouTube. What then are the right goals for man to pursue? What are the values his survival requires? That is the question to be answered by the science of ethics. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why man needs a code of ethics. Now you can assess the meaning of the doctrines which tell you that ethics is the province of the irrational, that reason cannot guide man's life, that his goals and values should be chosen by vote or by whim, that ethics has nothing to do with reality, with existence, with one's practical actions and concerns, or that the goal of ethics is beyond the grave, that the dead need ethics, not the living. Ethics is not a mystic fantasy, nor a social convention, nor a dispensable, subjective luxury to be switched or discarded in any emergency. Ethics is an objective, metaphysical necessity of man's survival, not by the grace of the supernatural, or of your neighbors, nor of your whims, but by the grace of reality and the nature of life. I quoted from Galt's speech. Man has been called a rational being, but rationality is a matter of choice. And the alternative his nature offers him is rational being or suicidal animal. Man has to be man by choice. He has to hold his life as a value by choice. He has to learn to sustain it by choice. He has to discover the values it requires and practice his virtues by choice. A code of values accepted by choice is a code of morality. The standard of value of the objectivist ethics, the standard by which one judges what is good or evil, is man's life, or that which is required for man's survival qua man. Since reason is man's basic means of survival, that which is proper to the life of a rational being is the good. That which negates, opposes, or destroys it is evil. Since everything man needs has to be discovered by his own mind and produced by his own effort, the 2 essentials of the method of survival proper to a rational being are thinking and productive work. If some men do not choose to think, but survive by imitating and repeating like trained clubhouse animals the routine of sounds and motions they learned from others, never making an effort to understand their own work, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by those who did choose to think and to discover the motions they are repeating. The survival of such mental parasites depends on blind chance. Their unfocused minds are unable to know whom to imitate, whose motions it is safe to follow. They are the men who march into the abyss, trailing after any destroyer who promises them to assume the responsibility they evade, the responsibility of being conscious. If some men attempt to survive by means of brute force or fraud, by looting, robbing, cheating, or enslaving the men who produce, it still remains true that their survival is made possible only by their victims, only by the men who choose to think and to produce the goods which they, the looters, are seizing. Such looters are parasites incapable of survival, who exist by destroying those who are capable, those who are pursuing a course of action proper to man. The men who attempt to survive, not by means of reason, but by means of force, are attempting to survive by the method of animals. But just as animals would not be able to survive by attempting the method of plants, by rejecting locomotion and waiting for the soil to feed them, so men cannot survive by attempting the method of animals, by rejecting reason and counting on productive men to serve as their prey. Such looters may achieve their goals for the range of a moment, at the price of destruction, the destruction of their victims and their own. As evidence, I offer you any criminal or any dictatorship. Okay, that's 2 pages of Ayn Rand. Welcome to the stage, Joanna. We are reading books. Mountain is next in the queue. If you have a book, Mountain.
I'm driving across the city. I'm going to hit the weed shop, so I can't really do that right now.
Oh, well then get your weed and come back and read to us when you're stoned.
I will.
Okay, great.
I will. I definitely will, sir.
Because if you put tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 in your bloodstream and you don't read a book, well then you're wasting the chemical. You're supposed to use it for therapeutic purposes and enlightenment purposes. Joanna, you are next in the queue. Joanna is a book reader. She is an author. I have created an audiobook for her about her wonderful novel. Joanna, do you want to read any of your books or something else? You have 3 to 10 minutes. This is a safe space. There's no Socratic dialogue here. We just read books. That means we share information with each other.
Wow, what an honor. I would, but I'm doing something right now, but I love you for that.
Okay, we have Abba and Alumi. We also have Joe B.
See you again with my high intellectual presence.
We have Alumi here, who is a holder of the Logos. Alumi, you get 3 to 10 minutes to read whatever you want, and once you read, you do get a mod badge in this room. Only book readers.
Anything I want.
Anything you want, 3 to 10 minutes.
Alright, let me pull something off the shelf.
And Abba, you get to go in the queue too, Abba. We try to limit conversations to 30 seconds and book reading 3 minutes to 10 minutes here in the Clown House Book Club.
No problem. Let us read. I've always liked reading this text to the ignorant masses. It is by R.T. Mullins, The End of the Timeless God. This book has given me the metaphysical chops to engage and reach enlightenment. Anyways, let us begin. Theological confusion number 1. God is temporal, timeless, or something in between. One major problem area in contemporary theology is a complete lack of conceptual clarity with regard to divine eternality. It is important to get clear on what the debate between divine timelessness and divine temporality amounts to. Unfortunately, this is not always achieved. An alarming number of contemporary evangelical theologians continue to propagate the notion that God is timeless and temporal as he relates to creation and the unfolding of the plan of redemption. These views are barely explicating any meaningful and plan of redemption. Any meaningful and coherent way. Usually there is a bit of nuance to such statements, but ultimately they reduce to a contradiction. One example comes from Christian women. Amazingly then, quote, amazingly then, creation God became, quote, omnipresent Ware tries to avoid this contradiction by saying God is timeless qua himself, but temporal qua related to creation. The move he is attempting to make is intended to be analogous to a move made in the Incarnation. This will be discussed at length in Chapter 7, which focuses on the Incarnation. For now, it is worth pointing out why the move Ware makes is not analogous to the Incarnation. In the Incarnation, the quo move is intended to predicate the contradictory properties to different numerically distinct natures. For instance, only the human nature of Christ suffers while the divine nature does not suffer. While God's relation to creation, with God's relation to creation, there are not numerically distinct natures or where to appeal to. There is simply the divine nature. The divine nature that appears is timeless and temporal on Ware's account. That is incoherent. Further, it is not clear to me that Ware actually understands what divine timelessness and divine temporality means. This is a persistent problem in contemporary theology. Closely related to the claim that God is timeless and temporal, one can find theologians saying that the atemporal God experiences time. Perhaps one might say God experiences time differently than we do. This is a mistake, however, because an atemporal God cannot experience time. To truly have an experience of time takes time, and this is not something a timeless God can do. Another common confusion that is touted about to find a third way. We need to get beyond the divide between timelessness and temporality. One might say and find a third way between the two positions. Trying to find a third way is like hunting for a sniper in haggis. It is a futile hunt because it is nothing more than a trick perpetrated on the uninformed. When it comes to whether God is temporal or temporal, there simply is no third way. The two positions.
Always have a good time out here.
Logically contradictory. If they were logically contradictory, like your pet
So
is
bad,
either
it's
a
okay.
dog
I'll be in San Francisco. I mentioned something about Tori on Saturday. That's nice. I have a special coming out too, you know, in May. On a different network.
Either God exists or does not exist.
Now, so Bill Murray's in it, very funny, you know. Aretha Franklin, so she's respectful numbers there. And Valerie cries, and she'd love to go. Good girl, Valerie, too. I found that out. Now, the things are real good. I mean, I just finished my first book. Now to read another one.
But for now, a few quick definitions can be given. God is timeless if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and without succession. To say that God exists without succession means that God does not do one thing and then another. The life of a timeless God is not characterized by a succession of moments like temporal beings are. God is temporal if and only if God exists without beginning, without end, and with succession. The life of a temporal God is characterized by a succession of moments. In other words, a temporal God has a before and after in his life. He experiences one moment of time after another, just like we do. A timeless God does not experience one moment of time after another. Instead, a timeless God experiences his life all at once. With these basic definitions before us, we can see that the claim that God is timeless and temporal is false. God cannot have succession in his life and lack succession in his life. This is a straightforward contradiction. Further, we can see that there is a third way between having succession and lacking succession. There appear to be systematic theologians who claim involves two steps. Step one is explicitly reject the doctrine of divine timelessness. Step two, affirm a doctrine of divine eternality that is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. Regarding step one, the Parthian might say that classical theism was invaded or corrupted by the static categories of Greek metaphysics. She might say that contemporary theologians must reject these static categories and replace them with the dynamic categories of the biblical witness, which portrays a God who is not foreign to time. This might be persuasive reasoning for some theologians, but things go awry when Barthians go on to articulate the doctrine of divine eternality. In step 2, they replace the doctrine of divine timeless in the most unfortunate way. Consider Karl Barth's articulation of divine eternality. Barth affirms that God exists without beginning and without end and without succession. He is the definition of divine timelessness. If this were not enough of a blunder, Barth goes on to praise and affirm Boethius' definition of God's eternality. He wishes to affirm with Boethius that God's life is one eternal moment that lacks the before and after, such that there is no second moment in the life of God. Boethius' definition of divine eternality is the classical statement of divine timelessness, and it is unfortunate that some systematic theologians wish to affirm this definition while trying to be divine temporalists. Barth seems to be unaware of the fact that he has just reasserted the doctrine of divine timelessness because he continually says that God is not foreign to time but exists in his own time. God's time, as Barth defines it, is without succession yet present to all of time. This is exactly what divine timelessness says, so Barth's doctrine of divine eternalities is indistinguishable from divine timelessness. A more recent Barthian blunder comes from Kevin Ben-Hooser. Ben-Hooser says that God is outside of time and omnitemporal. This goes back to the first theological confusion. He claims that God's life is temporal because of God's dynamic three-person life. However, he says that God does not have a before and after in his life. The triune God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in his life. This is unfortunate, for it commits the Barthian blunder. Further, the claim that God simultaneously possesses succession such that there is no before and after in the divine life is not entailed by the doctrine of the Trinity. Instead, it is simply incoherent. Succession involves a before and after, so nothing can simultaneously possess succession. Other
Yeah, usually about 2 pages is about, 3 to 10 minutes. But you can read more if you want to continue.
Are you following or am I just reading mine?
No, I'm following. We're listening.
Oh, I read this a while back. Going through this again. There's some points that have changed in my opinion. Okay. Alright, theological confusion. Alright. Theological confusion number 3. The Trinity entails a particular understanding of eternality. The discussion of Ben-Hooser raised a popular and unfortunate widespread confusion worth mentioning. There are divine temporalists who claim that the doctrine of the Trinity entails the God is in time. Contrary to the claims of these theologians, nothing about God being triune entails that God is temporal. Various contemporary theologians have attempted to argue that the eternal processions of the Son and the Holy Spirit from the Father entail that God is temporal. Sometimes the claim is that the intra-Trinitarian relations of the divine persons entail that God is temporal. Other times, the claim is that the doctrine of the Trinity was developed by the early church fathers in reaction to and in resistance against divine timelessness. It is hard to figure out what the argument is from these theologians, and the historical accuracy of such claims is dubious at best. Certainly nothing on the surface of the doctrine of the eternal processions and relations entails divine temporality. The traditional doctrine of the eternal processions proclaims that the Father timelessly causes the Son and Spirit to timelessly exist. The traditional doctrine of the eternal relations is that the Father, Son, and Spirit are timelessly related to one another through this ineffable, mysterious procession. I fail to see how such a doctrine could push one in the direction of divine temporality. On the other side, some claim that a Trinitarian understanding of God can save divine timelessness. It is not clear, however, that the doctrine of the Trinity makes a difference to the question at hand. The doctrine of the Trinity is certainly essential for Christians, but nothing about God being three persons in one essence sheds light on the coherence of divine timelessness. In fact, I am only aware of one forceful and clear argument in the literature that attempts to argue that only divine timelessness can accomplish or can accommodate the doctrine of the Trinity. Paul Helm has argued that divine temporality, in conjunction with the doctrine of the processions, entails Arianism. However, as I have argued elsewhere, the problem is not divine temporality. The problem is that the doctrine of the eternal processions entails Arianism. In most recent writings, Helm recognizes this as well. I suggest that theologians cease to make appeals to the doctrine of the Trinity to settle the dispute over God's eternal status. Instead, theologians should focus on God's relationship to the created universe. Theological confusion number 4. Placing God in the future. There is one final confusion that I wish to point out before moving forward with this book. Far too many discuss. This prevents us from fully understanding God's relationship to time. A clear understanding of time is necessary for such conversation. Fortunately, a growing number of theologians are beginning to see the importance of engaging in the philosophy of time. In particular, thinkers involved in the science-religion dialogue are aware of how significant the nature of time is for our thinking about the God-world relationship. Some of these theologians have offered coherent theories of time, but the results have been somewhat unfortunate. Some have articulated temporal understandings of God where God somehow exists in the non-existent future, drawing the world closer to himself. God causes things from the non-existent future. It is rather unfortunate to place God in a non-existent time, as Thomas Scartle, there's double points on the A, points out to place God in the non-existent future is to place God in a temporal location that is in principle out of reach. A God who exists in the future is not a God who is present with us. I am not even certain if a God who exists in the non-existent future in fact exists. This seems like an unintended form of atheism to locate God entirely in a non-existent time. To be clear, the intent behind such statements is well-meaning. The provenance of such thinking comes from Annenberg's account of prolepsis. Prolepsis is a doctrine of the inbreaking kingdom of God and the hope that arises from this. The idea is that in Christ we see the future here and now. Annenberg and those who follow him have taken this concept of prolepsis too far. It is one thing to say that we presently see the promises of God in Christ. In the ministry of Jesus, we get a glimpse of what God's kingdom will look like in the future. To be sure, the life, death, and resurrection of Christ provides us eschatological hope. However, it is quite another thing to say that the future is literally breaking into our present, or that God exists in the future, causing things to occur in the present. In the future is literally in our present moment of time. The future is no longer future. It is simply present. If a time exists at the present, it is present. Further, if God exists in the future and is somehow causing things in the future, his actions are too late. life comes into existence, and then God says, "Let there be light." In light of all these theological confusions, I cannot help but be reminded of Pannenberg's call noted earlier. There is a need for a deep critical engagement with metaphysics and tradition of philosophical theology. If there is any hope of advancing our understanding of God's eternality and the nature of time,
Lisa
one
bent
must
down
engage
without
in
a care for the
metaphysics
stunned looks of the
to
men
a
behind her,
deep
grabbing an apple
understanding of
from
the
the bucket
gospel
with her
Christian
mouth.
conception
Captivated
of
by
God.
Lisa's
It
seductive
is time
display,
to go
Lloyd
on a
wasted
search
no
for the
time
time of
asking
God
her
that
out.
Christians
Anna,
have
who had
believed
long
in
had a
for
crush on him,
almost
saw this
2,000
and
years.
immediately spoke up, insisting she could do
The
the
aim
same
of this
thing,
book
brushing off
is
everyone who tried to stop her. She walked straight up to the bucket, but her first attempt to grab an apple with her mouth ended in failure. Determined, she decided to try again. That is when it hit her. She suddenly couldn't breathe. It felt as though invisible hands were pressing down on her, holding her in place no matter how hard she fought. She threw every last bit of strength into breaking free, but it was no use. The friend standing behind her noticed something was wrong and rushed over to pull her out of the bucket. At that very moment, the water inside began to boil. Anna's face flushed a deep burning red, and no matter how desperately she struggled, she couldn't pull herself free. In the end, Anna died in that bucket, and only then were her friends finally able to drag her out. Police arrived quickly after receiving the emergency call, but after combing through the scene, they found nothing out of the ordinary. That led them to believe this might be a paranormal case. Sure enough, after a thorough search,
matters of historical theology, and often approach topics in an unsystematic and piecemeal way, which is rarely pointed out. However, is that the same is true of many other groups of theologians as well. Just think of certain Parthian theologians who proceed as if theology begins and ends with Karl Barth, or turn your attention to certain dogmatic Hellenistic scholars who seem to think that nothing of great theological importance has transpired since the
turned
death
up a
of
brown
Thomas
cloth
Aquinas,
pouch at the
because
scene
the
containing
angelic
a bundle
doctrine
of
of
pearls, a
everything.
coin, and a finger bone. Opposite
These groups of theologians appear to be rather ahistorical. To make matters worse, biblical theologians often accuse systematic theologians of not reading their Bibles, while systematic theologians often accuse biblical theologians of being unsystematic. In kind, the analytic philosophers of religion can easily accuse theologians of not reading their philosophy of religion. In the midst of such infighting, what is the analytic theologian to do? Will analytic theology be unbiblical, ahistorical, and unsystematic? My hope is the answer will be no, but time will only tell. The task set before analytic theology is one of serious interdisciplinary work. As it seeks to draw upon the rich resources of contemporary analytic philosophies, it must also draw upon the resources of biblical studies, systematic theology, as well as offer a deep engagement with the Christian tradition. In an effort to do this sort of interdisciplinary work, the analytic theologian will never be able to make everyone happy. For instance, the average analytic philosopher will have little patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition. While the patience for the amount of time I spend engaging the tradition, while the average theologian will claim that I have not engaged the tradition enough, finding a happy balance that will please all sides may be a pipe dream, but it is still a dream that I wish to pursue. The project of analytic theology is still rather young, and much work needs to be done if it is to accomplish this interdisciplinary task. My goal is to continue this project by addressing a central issue of the Christian faith, the nature of God and the God-world relationship. My aim in this text is to assess the doctrine of God that has captured the Christian imagination for almost 2,000 years. I'm not interested in views of divine timelessness that merely exist in logical space. Instead, I'm interested in examining the vision of God that has been profoundly shaped through the development of Christian thought from the early apologists to the present time. The understanding of God that I have in mind is the doctrine of God that stands behind the early Christology and Trinitarian debates. This is the doctrine of God that is contained in and stands behind the ecumenical creeds, as well as in many confessions that span the denominational divide. It is an understanding of God as timeless that becomes the A part of the doctrinal deposit of the early church fathers and is taken up subsequent generations of Christian thinkers in their attempts to flesh out the full scope of Christian theology. The doctrine of divine timelessness is not a solitary doctrine, and as such it cannot be examined in isolation from other Christian doctrines. The vision of the timeless God that has so enamored the church is one that is systematically connected to a set of divine attributes. These divine attributes are simplicity, immutability, and impassibility. As one shall see throughout the argument of the book, these divine attributes form a very tight package in Christian thinking. Any assessment of divine timelessness must involve an assessment of these attributes as well. These attributes are used to justify, defend, and articulate God's timeless eternality. For many classical Christian theologians and philosophers, these attributes are seen as not only mutually entailed, but identical. It is this robust classical vision of God that I shall be examining. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, excellent work. You can read a book. You get a green bean. You did it. You read a book. You're a man again. A man reads a book. Okay, this is the Clown House Book Club. If you want to read a book, Abba, now's your chance. Do you want to read a book, 3 to 10 minutes? Or read poetry or lyrics?
Yeah, sure.
Anything you want, go ahead.
So, I guess I can read St. Severus of Antioch. This is against the Empire's Grammarian, Oration 1. He says, as chapter 3, it is characteristics of heretics to fabricate motives and to assume the appearance of one defending himself. At the outset of the Grammarian, constructing a sort of prologue directed at certain monks leading a more immaterial life, not involving themselves in the affairs of those engaged in the world. He supposes that these monks, who lead such a life and profess the immediate on the law and God day and night, are in need of this art and teaching. Secondly, he claims that he suffers persecution for the sake of piety and fears the threats of those persecuting him. To these imaginary monks, concocted through a false account, I would say what Elijah the Tishbite said to the Israelites, who had so strayed from the service of God that they defiled a fly and consulted it for oracles and revelations. It is because there is no God in Israel that you are going to inquire Beelzebub, the god of Ikron, the 2 Kings. So then, as Paul said, 1 Corinthians 6:5, is there not even one wise man among you who can discern what the true faith is, so that he may reject the foreign doctrine? Must you depend on a grammarian as your helper, as through he were an interpreter of doctrines? As for his excuse, in which he claims he fears and trembles at threats and writes in fear, a claim he repeats poorly throughout the whole book, he relies on petty insults and is lifted up with the arrogance, boasting, and the boldness of blasphemy. Which shall we say about this? That deceit, the simulation, are native to heretics, who always strive to assume the posture of these persecuted, that by a show of humility they ensnare the listener. What does he say then? Grammachius, the son of heretics attack us most boldly, and now we even fear to name them.
We are full of audacity, and only against us, but also against the Orthodox faith. Does not Saint Basil similarly rebuke the impious Eunomius for invoking empty fear as a pretense in such nonsense? It's Eunomius talking. In addition, do not judge us harshly if we do not care about self-conceit and fear, seeing that we value indemnity in the world to come more highly than present favor or security, and we deem the punishments determined for the impious and cause for more fear than any earthly misery or temporal death. And so we expound the truth expound the truth stripped of every covering. Likewise, this noble grammarian says that he fears not only for himself, but for the threats directed at the Orthodox faith itself, clearly introducing this idea. For Eunomius too said that having despised fear and temporal death and all other things listed, he would have preferred to write the truth openly, without a veil, and declaring that the threats from the impious, which are ordained by God, are especially to be feared. Mourn then, O listeners, with him who shifts the threats directed at the faith onto himself, and wishes as far as he can to fight on his behalf. So declare them, O valiant men, declare these threats, and you will find many listeners who will mourn with you. That was chapter 3. Are you all tracking?
This is Joanne. I'm listening.
I'm with you, bud.
Alright, chapter 4. That he has falsely claimed, without writing or demonstration, that we who confess one incarnate nature of the Word of God confuse and reduce flesh and divinity into one substance. The grammarian falsely claims, without document and without proof, that we who confess the one nature of God, the Word incarnate, confuse and reduce the flesh and the divinity into one substance. He say, they zealously anathematize the holy synod of Chalcedon, so as to bring forth into our very altar Eutyches and those who emulate his doctrine. And they proclaim without veil Christ's divinity and flesh as one substance and one nature. Nor are they ashamed to oppose Gregory the wonder maker, who says in his 11th anathema, if anyone says that the flesh of Christ is consubstantial with the divinity, and does not confess that he was in the form of God, existing before the ages, and emptied himself and took the form of a servant when he became incarnate. As it is written, let him be anathema. Gregory Tomaturgus, anathema 11. Nor do they revere Athanasius, the star of the Alexandrian city, who wrote similarly to the words of the wonder worker in his epistle to the Epictetus. What pit has spewed forth the claim the body from Mary is the same in substance with the divinity of the Word, or that the Word has been changed into flesh, bones, hair, and the whole body. What an accusation! How subtle, how cunning, how fortified the testimonies of the fathers. Can you then say, O grammarian, for your entire discourse plain targets, as you confess in many places of your little book, that I have stated with those very words that the body taken from the Virgin Mary, animated by the rational soul, and hypostatically united to the Word, is consubstantial with the Word of God, with God the Word? Indeed, I did not speak in secret in the land of darkness, Isaiah. As the prophet Isaiah said, or rather he who spoke through him, exposing the shame of the one bold and blind, to what is manifest, bring forward and show that you have found in me of your accusation. Take judges for your accusation. True judges are those who, with love,
of truth, examine what you have assembled against us. Shall I not now say that you, what Jacob said to Laban? What is my offense? What is my sin that you have hotly pursued me? Although you have fled all my goods, and what you have found of all your household goods, set it here before my kinsmen and your kinsmen, that they may decide between us two. For the vessels of your house are those things which are wholly foreign to my house, namely to say that the holy body assumed from Mary is consubstantial with God the Word, or to say that the immutable and uncreated divinity of the only begotten was changed into flesh, or again, that the flesh was changed into the substance of the divinity. Things which the Holy Synod has rejected and condemned as a heresy, and anathematized those who think such things, with the whole mind and the whole mouth. This very point the Venerable Synod of Egypt, not only once or twice, but often expressed in and received in writing form from the Eastern Synod. Both sides unanimously proclaim Christ, the Word of God, truly made man and incarnate, having assumed flesh consubstantial with us, animated by a rational soul, and made like us in all things, except sin. So that he is consubstantial with the Father and the Holy Spirit according to divinity, and consubstantial with us according to humanity, and remains so forever. He who will come again, clothed in the body in divinity and exalted glory, who before and beyond the ages was without body. He is the Son. He is the one Son, one Lord Jesus Christ, one person, one hypostasis, one nature of God, and God the Word incarnate, and so will judge the world in righteousness, and be seen by those who pierced him. As sacred scriptures cries, was it hidden from you alone that they taught and wrote these things in their synodical letters? As the whole world under heaven bears witness. For they everywhere taught that it was written, for this was not done in a corner, as Paul said to the king. Do you then think that because they anathematize the Chalcedonian Synod, they favor the impious opinions of Eutyches? Or that they assign the same substance to the body taken from Mary, and to God's Word, whose own body by the incarnation became homogeneous with us and consubstantial? Would they sacrilegiously carry such unclean things into the sacred mysteries and the altar? But against you speak with many writings of those fathers, and severely rebuke you and your kind, vainly rash and insolent. Therefore do not ask as blessed Athanasius did, for what infernal pit has spewed forth such impious and blasphemous things? But look to yourself. If you will, send, and you will clearly see that your throat alone has belched these upon us. And read the word written by David that strikes you. Their throats is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Make them bear their guilt, O God. For how would you not be guilty before the judgment of God, who have written this accusation against two holy synods without presentation and any argument? For you had nothing to say, but fled immediately, and having dropped the mask of the accuser, as your artful style tends, modestly again assume the persona of one fleeting. After you rushed to accuse like a lizard, yet took on the cunning of a fox. For you said to that bold and stealthily shift, Grievous, but now is it not the time to refute their impious doctrines? I think it will suffice for me to be a defender of what is rightly stated by the Holy Fathers assembled at Chalcedon. If you then stepped forward to be a defender and build a defense, you ought from the start to have undertaken a defense, and not to begin like a destitute widow with the accusation of slightly abandonment, only to prepare again towards the end of your little book with a deceit that suits you, but in whose nets none will be caught unless he be a creature wholly deprived of intellect. Alright, that was the end of chapter 4.
That was very good.
I see what you're saying. I understand. But how is it going to get to a point where there's an attempt to resolve how Christ is human and divine?
Yeah, that was just the introduction that Saint Severus made. He's gonna get into where he talks about the Severian dilemma, and he's gonna try to refute the Chalcedonians, let's say, in two natures.
Alright, bro. Kind of a Chalcedonian, so I want to hear this.
Oh, you want me to read more?
Yeah, if you're interested. Yeah. You told me about this last time, right?
Oh yeah, I did.
You told me to read this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reading Oration 1 right now. I'm not reading Oration.
If you can get to that part where you believe it resolves this, like, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I'll just continue with the Oration 1 then. So, chapter 5. Alright. A clear refutation on the accusation first abandoned by him without argument, then later wherein it is shown that this man falsely claims that we, in saying one nature, that is, one hypostasis, mean one substance, that he himself blasphemously claims or calls the composition made without change a mixing, although it is in fact the formation of one hypostasis from two things of different substances. For from a small excerpt of what I once wrote to the wretched... No! What?
He's just busy with his personal life. Please continue.
What I once wrote to wretched Nephalius. He thinks I am liable to the charge of confusing and mixing substances, but I will immediately transcribe that very little sentence which he violently tore out of the fuller context of the discourse, and I will set it apart so that whoever encounters it may know that even taken on its own, it stands far removed from the accusation. For when I was speaking about the constitution of man, I say, the two together, soul and body, is one nature. How then could someone held any thought of confusion admit that the two together is one nature? For if from confusion they had been turned into something simple and one, how would the two together appear in the one? For the two together is indicative of composition without confusion in singularity, that is, in one hypostasis, and not at all of something simple. Such indeed is the human being like us. One nature and hypostasis from soul and body. St. Cyril talking. For not only in the case of those which are simple by nature is the term one truly used, but also in respect to that which, to what has been brought together according to a synthesis. As man is one being who is soul and body, for soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one thesis of man, even though the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. These are not the very words of St. Cyril, which you recite with your mouth as if pretense to seem like ones who speaks rightly, while in your mind you do not hold them at all. For unless you have
maliciously.
Malicious.
Malicious, yeah, that's the word. The thought that one in nature and hypostasis means the same as one in substance. You would not be unjustly slander those who make a true confession by transferring that composition without change to something simple that has arisen from confusion. That was chapter 5, this is chapter 6. He's going to get into Saint Cyril. Oh, this chapter's like 5 pages long. Alright. Chapter 6. That Saint Cyril also repelled with the same doctrines and concordant words the vain slander of those who accused him of acting like the Jews mixing natures. For just as the heretics then, so how you too are greatly concerned that the one nature proclaimed by the Orthodox be distorted into an equality of substance, as if to twist what is rightly stated. Listen to Saint Cyril, who shares in the same slander with me, and plainly repels it. For in the oration on the unity of Christ, after the first introduction of the person of his interlocutor, namely the one with whom he was conversating and disputing, he says the following. This is Cyril talking. If that case, both natures must have been confused and they become one. But who would be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the Word was changed into something which formerly was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the Word himself? This is impossible. We say that there is one Son, and that he has one nature even when is considered as having assumed flesh, endowing with the rational soul. As I have already said, he had made the human element his own. And this is the way, not otherwise, that we may consider that this same one is at once God and man. Behold, Saint Cyril himself said that Christ is one nature, understanding nature not as you and the demand of the impious do, as one and simple, that is, identical according to substance, but as one hypostasis arising from the non-confused composition of things that are not consubstantial with each other. Will you, then again, by removing a single sentence from the connected context of the discourse, that is, the sentence that follow and proceed, that are found throughout the entire structure of the oration, slander the wise doctor? Will you acknowledge indeed that he said that we say the Son is one and that his nature is one, but then also twist even his very words against him and turn his authority into a point of accusation? Will you say that he himself also wrote when he sent his second letter to Census? Cyril, for if in saying that one thesis of the word, thesis means nature, by the way, one thesis, one nature, we have been silent by not mentioning incarnate, but as it were, setting aside the dispensation of his incarnation, doubtless their statement would not have been incredible to them, as they pretend to ask, where is the perfection in the humanity, or how the essence like to us subsisted? Why then, you ask, did he now omit incarnate and state badly? We say that the Son is one and his nature is one, without adding incarnate, but you slander and repel this impudent and unlearned mouth, is shut by words that proceed and follow in the passage you've excerpted, where he repels and removes any idea of change, and confesses the assumption of flesh animated by a rational soul. For he also added, this is Cyril talking, of a rational soul having, for I have said, his humanity has become his own, after he had already removed the suspicion
of change, and said in his proceeding, but who be so misguided and stupid as to think that the divine nature of the word had changed into something which formerly it was not, or that the flesh was changed by some kind of transformation into the nature of the word himself? This is impossible. Therefore, if we hear God and our Lord Jesus, in the gospel saying, do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment, let us also consider the sentences that follow my excerpt, and how the passage is concluded. For in the writings addressed to Nephalius, I quoted the passage of the God-bearing Athanasius, which is found in the life of Anthony, the head of the Mosaic life and true philosophy, written in the form of a narrative which he recounts his struggle with the accuser and the subsequent victory, saying this. This is St. Athanasius talking now. Indeed, he who had thought he was like to God was here made a fool of by a stripling of a man. He who in his conceit, disdained flesh and blood, was now routed by a man in the flesh. Verily the Lord worked with this man, he who for our sakes took on flesh and gave to his body victory over the devil. Afterwards I added these words of holy Athanasius. Behold how Athanasius has spoken both of the man like us and of the Lord. He took flesh, for just as we, who are said to be clothed in flesh, are one thing, one nature, both soul and body, yet not one who wears and another that is worn, so also the Lord with his own flesh, clearly animated, with a rational soul, was likewise made one without change. Why did you remove these and only transcribe one dissect sentence? Are you just? Do you rejoice in the truth, and are you zealous? Are you a zealous defender of the faith? For when you hear us proclaim that the union of the Word of God with humanity is immutable, you bring the charge of change, and in your ignorant booklet you question me, saying, this is the grammarian talking, which doctor of the church taught you this? Oh man, was it Cyril? And yet he teaches and writes such things to presbyters, deacons, and fathers of monks, namely that the Virgin Mary is Theotokos, such just as the soul of man is generated with its own body and is considered one thing with it. Although by nature it is understood to be different, and it is so according to its own principle. But hear the name Cyril speaking, unless you are only able to hear part of his teachings, that the soul and body of man, through understood and indeed being different according to nature, result in one nature through their mutual composition and the natural union of immutable concurrence. For he wrote in a letter to Valerian, to Cyril talking, the nature of man is admitted to be one to be hypostasis. Then say also to him, struck by the madness of ignorance and useless stinging. Grammarian, says the grammarian talking, if you say the soul of man is different according to nature from its own body, how can there be one nature and constitution of man? And are you not ashamed to assert that the soul and the body are the same? For this plainly what you also babbled at us. But Cyril answers you, and quite easily, madman, do you think you go unnoticed while you deceitfully or ignorantly
equity, the name of the nature
That
that which the substance
man play piano?
and
Brandon can't play a
understand
single
one
instrument.
nature that is hypostasis, as if it meant one and the same substance. For when I said that the soul of man is different in nature from the body, I proclaimed that there are two, neither co-natural nor consubstantial. But when I said the nature of man is admitted to be one, I meant that the immutable composition and natural union, one nature and hypostasis, is formed. Nor did you hear me when I wrote to Six Senses, saying, so this is Cyril, for soul and body are different species and are not consubstantial to each other. But when united, they produce one feces of man, even though in the considerations of the synthesis, the difference exists according to the nature of those which have been brought together into a unity. And although we confess that one absolute nature also exists through the union of soul and body into one hypostasis of the living being, let us by no means speak of equality of substance or confusion, but rather of one hypostasis from both together, as the writings to the Valerian show. So Cyril talking. For the nature of man is admitted to be one and one hypostasis, even if it is known to be different realities of diverse kinds. For the body is of a different nature relative to the soul, but it is the soul's own body and helps to complete the one hypostasis of the one man. Therefore, when you hear that one absolute nature exists through the natural union of soul and body, understand rightly that one hypostasis is being indicated. Listen to the wise doctor who said that the body is proper to the soul, and that it is together, and that together they perfect the one hypostasis of the one man, but do not, by twisting what is rightly said into perverse understanding, accuse us of saying one nature as if it meant one substance, as though the things different in species are and not consubstantial from which the union was formed had been confused into an equality of substance. Nor should you shamelessly rebuke, behold, or boldly and ignorantly turning the argument against me and saying, this is the grammarian talking, are you not ashamed to say that we are indeed clothed in flesh, and yet to posit that the soul and body are the same substance? Hey, you, where you have hidden, you who are sought out by those who judge rightly, so that you may show from my very words the truth of your accusation. Explain where in my words I have said that the substance of the soul and the body is the same. Show that the meaning of what I said aligns with your accusation, so that the judges may rule in your favor. But you cannot do so unless, as usual, you lie, and once again you are proven to be lying. Alright, that's the end of chapter 6.
I'm still not seeing the solution.
Yeah, no, he's just using church fathers to prove his point, or to defend his point.
Seems like he's negating the other side without substantiating his point.
Well, the grammarian that he's talking about here is accusing him of Eutychianism and other heresies, right? So he's trying to defend his point by saying what he says is orthodox, right? And St. Cyril.
I'll go for it.
No, I gotta go now.
I don't know. I was hoping to hear like his analytics on the matter. Like, how is he gonna? Humanity. I understand the premise, like the humanity and the divinity, one nature, without, makes mixing, without becoming a new nature. No demigod, no substance or transfiguration.
Yes.
But still, it just sounds like you have two things and some sort of union. And
Yeah, there is a union.
together.
There's a union into one. From
Yeah,
two.
but one without mixing. Do you see? That's a unity. That's not a
No, yeah, we don't say that the natures mixed. We say that they mingled.
okay, like me mingling in a party. Like, okay.
Yeah, I guess, bro. I don't know.
I'm with you, man. Like, I understand. I honestly don't see this as an issue. Like, I don't see how this is a problem, other than like the myophocyte side coming to, I don't want to say our side, but the Chalcedonian side, and
yeah, we're working on
well, you all hold to two natures.
Huh.
So the notion that Chalcedonian would hold to two natures.
Okay.
And so that seems to be the crux of the issue, like, at least in my humble opinion, like, one nature, which is what you guys are saying, versus two natures, but when you describe your one nature, it sounds pretty much the same.
I mean, it's not. You couldn't say that. I guess. Anyway,
I don't see this as like an attempt to maintain like domain.
What does that mean?
Eastern churches just want to remain distinct from the West.
I mean, they kind of they split from us. So I mean, they made the Council of Chalcedon by splitting. So. I mean,
Okay, so in the book club, we try to limit conversations to 30 seconds because we just want information out there. We don't necessarily need to debate the information, comprehend it, integrate it, or do anything with it. We're just looking to share information. So you can read 3 to 10 minutes. Joanna, do you want to read today? Joanna, hello? No? Just passively listening? Okay, great.
It sounds like a good idea if people like have a specific topic and they could just read from a text or something. I think, yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, try to respond with what you're reading as opposed to, discussing or debating or trying to incorporate it into your worldview framework. Okay, Illumi, do you want to read?
Be, like, reading too much, and people, there needs to be a digest kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This book club, I think specifically, at least for this meeting, should be all just about reading as opposed to having complex debates about what we're reading. And if we do, we should limit it to 30 seconds or 3 minutes, but not like have full-fledged conversations as we always do on this app.
Yeah, let the book do the argument.
Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, do you want to read for 3 to 10 minutes? Illumi.
I'm good with that.
You're good? You got read out?
I definitely just don't. The book I already read it, so in that sense,
I don't think people can necessarily follow along. It isn't, like I said, you need to understand time.
Part of this, though, is also just like you're trying to modify your experience on the app by forcing you to read. It changes your experience here. It changes your day.
I like the notion of a book club. Like, I like it if people are truly committed in that sense. Like, there's a book and you have a week to check it out. Like, I've been part of this. But it always, like, kind of dies out at the end. Usually, like, you start the year, like, in college, and usually you would join one and it dies out somewhere half the year,
before mid and final, so people get distracted or busy. But it is a good way to like get more books under your.
Yeah, I find the challenge of reading a book is the loneliness aspect, not the boringness aspect. That's the hard part about choosing to read is it's very lonely to do it. So that this makes it a shared experience, which makes reading less, boring or painful because it's just like so, what
I
it's
like
just,
reading. To me, it's not boring. If it's a topic I'm really interested in, so it's like the books I get are stuff that I'm definitely looking into. So my thing, metaphysics, time, analytics, like this is my guy. Plus he comes on this app, so he shows up every now and then, and he allows for a stage. I just really like people like that who are really interested in what they do and they write with a passion and in a sense they're debating in their text. So this text is like very good in the sense that it highlights the key issues. And again, one of the main reasons I'm looking into the Trinity and Christology is because of him.
okay, Lumi, do you want to explain to Draco the rules of the Clown House Book Club?
Yeah, so apparently we read each for, you want to read like 2 or 3 pages or for 3 to 10 minutes. And maybe get some feedback. Carry on. Yeah, explain that.
So Draco, we don't debate topics in this room. We just read for 3 to 10 minutes. Can you do it? Can you read a book, Draco? Or are you in your car headed to your next event for the day? I bet you're in your car.
I will be in about 30 minutes.
I like to use Clubhouse in the car, actually. That's when I actually like to talk, but when I'm at my home in my office, I would prefer to just, like, read books. But, Dennis, do you want to read anything? Or, Draco, do you want to read anything since you're at home?
Yeah, I'm actually, thanks so much, but I'm actually out and about right now. I'm on the road, so I don't have any books with me. But Draco, you got anything you want to read? No, at the moment.
Okay, the stage is only for book readers. Everyone else has to go to your home in the goo where non-book readers live. In the slime and in the slop of the goo.
What's your favorite book right now?
Right now, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness because somebody on this app calls themselves an objectivist, and he claims Ayn Rand is the greatest thing since, Twinkies. And so I wanted to read it to find out what this R word is talking about. And it turns out Ayn Rand is a genius, but the R word that recommended the book is an R word, and he didn't really explain what the book is about. It's all about ethics. Yeah, Simon, the R word. The atheist who figured out he was an atheist at 5 years old. 5 years old.
The issue with Ayn Rand is that they're using it to dismiss like Kant, which I just don't think she's even up on par to be like locking heads with someone like Kant. And I just find these people desperate for like a savior, and I just don't understand what about Kant that people want dismissed other than grounding things into some sort of framework. So
See, this is the problem with Clownhouses. You're doing what I don't want in this room, which is debate or discussion primarily. I just want information from books to get out. That's the whole point of this room. I know it's arbitrary, but
book, if you send me the text or a PDF, I'm down to get down on Ayn Rand with you. Just because I do have a bone to pick with Simon.
Okay. Exactly.
I am noticing that this name is becoming proliferant on this app, and it's time to
I call him the Whisperer.
Yeah, I want to take on Simon. I want to take him out.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you read this book, I don't know how much, I don't know how familiar he is with this particular work. He claims he's been studying Ayn Rand books for 14 years, but in my opinion, he explained it horribly, or he just doesn't really have full comprehension. But here's the PDF version of what I'm reading, The Virtue of Selfishness. I think it's probably an important book as opposed to her novels because this is about her philosophy, and she refers to her novels in this book, where she says, for a fuller understanding, read Atlas Shrugged. But this book's.
Cool, thank you, John.
You're welcome, Dennis. So, let me just pin the link. And I'm only doing this because, Simon doesn't seem like the worst person in the world. He seems like a nice person. But he can be so infuriating and frustrating, because I call him the Whisperer. He's just constantly whispering his objectivist, altruistic ethic. But I think he's a bad communicator. But anyways, what I'm interested in is trying to grasp the concepts in the book.
I agree.
Yeah. I want to grasp the concepts in the book so I can refute Simon or just mock him for not really understanding the true meaning. For example, the title, The Virtue of Selfishness, is a clickbait title. There's no virtue in selfishness. So she uses that as her clickbait title. And because the book really deals with subjective or objective ethics, and ethics is like something that you could discuss and discuss and discuss, and then you find out that the liberals have no ethics. They just don't. They claim they do, but then when you question the hard ethical decisions like abortion or taxation, all these, they have no opinions, and they're basically just unethical human beings. And this is why I think Ayn Rand is important, because you can force people into an Ayn Rand perspective. And I think Ayn Rand does a good job of disproving liberal philosophy and showing that it's a farce, in the same way that I think I can prove Muhammad, was a gangster, and that the Charter of Medina, well, the Constitution of Medina to me seems like a gangbanger document. It seems like something that gang members have to write down.
How about this? I'll do this with you. I'll commit to some time. Like, we can try to do this book club thing. If you are someone who's gonna commit to a methodology.
Well,
at the same time, you commit to providing, if you are coming to conclusions, that you would provide me an AI summary of what you believe to be these conclusions and your justification for these conclusions. It doesn't have to be anything big. It can just be whatever, however amount of words you want to use to get to justify that conclusion. That's all. So, a page, whatever, it's AI now. But that's my thing. I feel like you can read, but if you're not digesting and you're not writing this down, you don't really have to write it.
I get it.
These days.
Well, look at it this way. I publish live on YouTube and everything, so I get community guideline strikes when I speak about Islam and Muhammad, because the algorithm views that as racist, abusive hate speech against a protected class. Now, as a politician, if I believe Islam is an invasive political attempt to take over our Western governments through subversive religious means, I'm still censored. So to me, that's like all the proof that I need that Islam is a great tool in terms of fighting what I would view as, subversive political control. Anyways, I'm just saying that Google, YouTube, in my opinion, is so woke, and it's fully automated.
It's not, bro.
It is.
I literally put a video on YouTube, and my shit, not only did it get banned, but my Apple ID account got black. So every time I try, if I'm gonna make It is that serious, bro. They put me on
Well, what did you post?
dangerous organizations, like advocates
See?
for like criminal dangerous organizations. Yeah.
Are you sure your Apple ID got flagged? Yeah,
I literally had to go and I made a new email and everything.
Was the DS lockout? Like what's that?
I'm not sure. I'm actually investigating that. So I've logged out of all the Google accounts and like kind of just like been one by one kind of reintroducing. But I feel like if I try to open a channel on any email, like it's gonna know. Like they have a way of figuring it out.
Yeah, they can tell.
It's kind of really tripping me the fuck out because I'm trying to, because I'm cybersecurity. I'm like, how the fuck do you know my info? How are you recognizing?
Dude, you have a huge pattern that you've created on the internet. Like it's hard.
I
Anyways.
understand the trackers. I know how to keep all that separate, but I think I figured it out. It's the passkeys. So you gotta be careful of passkeys. There is somehow Google and whatever package you have all your passkeys in, they fucking know. Even though Apple has it all encrypted, but there's somehow they know based on the pattern. I mean, I'm using it. I've got like the VPNs up, but yeah, I'm still thinking. I'm processing this, but
Okay, well, let's just take a pause from the cybersecurity discussion. Let's focus back on.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Let's focus back on the book club, which means we read books.
Channel. I understand. Just pause for a second. You have time, bro, and I have ideas, and we all have points. We don't necessarily see eye to eye, but I believe that is where content can. Yeah, that's where.
I don't think we will ever be rewarded in any way, shape, or form by Google.
Well,
YouTube.
hey, listen, man. If you're gonna be a defeatist about this already, then
I'm not.
You're not gonna accomplish anything.
I'm trying to tell you what I think would save us time.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Mikhail, all I'm saying is that reading books is more valuable than our conversations. That's my opinion.
I understand, but if you have a channel, if we have a channel where we can pour in our understandings, and it can show a diversity. So in the sense where you're coming out where, oh, like I'm being perceived as Islamophobic, or I'm being perceived as someone who's advocating for terrorism, or this guy's being perceived.
Why not? That's you. That's a you problem. What I'm telling you is that, in my opinion, basically, I'm just an audiobook publisher, and that's how I think I can make my life better, psychologically, intellectually, but also maybe financially. But then also,
you don't want any social media legacy.
I'm just trying to improve my life by using technology. When I'm dead, I'm gone. Who cares? I mean, nobody's gonna look up my shit or think about me.
Well, I'm gonna try to make another YouTube channel, and if it gets locked out, then I'm gonna probably go to one of you guys.
Well, there's, you can buy a Motorola burner phone for $40, activate it for 1 month at $15, and boom, you got a totally clean.
I'm really worried. It might be the payment info. That's what I'm worried because we can get YouTube membership.
No, they can't. You can even modify your name a little bit, and trust me, that's not what it is. It's just your device. You just need a new device. It's like you're getting cookie tracked, and like it knows, because when you block people, it says, do you want to block them from future accounts as well? Because they can basically pin the accounts.
I deleted the Google ID. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't overthink it, because I've gone through 100 accounts. I've been blocked and banned and kicked a gazillion times, but they can't keep up with me because I can get new devices for $45 with, totally immune. But I've had, how many Clubhouse accounts I've had? You probably have had as many as me. 30. I probably had 30 Clubhouse accounts, because losers on this app just don't like the fire that I bring, so they report. And it's not like I'm making death threats. It's not like I'm saying anything. I'm just mocking people. Not even like totally cruelly. I'm just like trying to like tease people a little bit. But this is the book club where we want to focus our minds, our very existence on reading what we hope will be very beneficial. And if you've invited people to the room, Megatron, if you want to invite people, if you want to read anything new, Dennis, if you have a book, Lumi, if you have a book, 2 pages I think is a good place to start. And if you're really flowing and you want to keep going, then you can go to 3 pages. And if you get through 3 and you think you can go to 4, then go to 4. And if you can get up to 10 pages for Bono Shalom, 10 not 11, 10 not 9, maybe you're reading something
I
Kabbalistic.
don't want to be reading to myself 10 pages, crowd.
No, I mean, we'll be listening to you, and this is all being live streamed on YouTube right now, so, it's being put out there. And I talked to my attorney a couple weeks ago. She said, so what are you doing? And she Googled me. She's like, what, you're just reading books on the internet? I said, yeah. She says, okay. Okay.
Bro, like, I'm just saying you've got the time and the resources to be built. I'm not saying whatever we're going to commit to is going to be something that might necessarily succeed, but I'm just saying you're never going to know until you try. And you could say, well, I've tried before, but, like, honestly, on your own, I don't think you're good. But together, if you're able to, and I'm not saying a dictatorship, but I'm just saying, like, a plan.
We don't need a plan, and that's not important who we are. What's important, the thing is, Clubhouse brings together all the elements we need without even any type of pre-discussion or anything. We're doing it right now. I talk to people all the time. They say, oh, I'm going to make a movie. I got the script. You want to be an actor? And I'm like, listen, dude, you're on my YouTube live right now telling me about it, and it's on, like, this is the movie. Like, and you're never going to film that fucking movie, so this is the movie.
What do we got?
You're all about books. We need to read this. We need to read that. I don't know what you were.
No, I'm not specific on which book. You can read any book you want. Doesn't matter to me what you read.
Megatron was talking about text. I forgot which one was it?
He was talking about the hypostasis of the archons.
Yeah, it was archons.
What is it?
It's about the archons, the rulers of the archons, or it's in
Something more Christian Orthodox, or like Gnostic.
It was Gnostic.
The promise, or was it gospel of something you wanted?
It was here. I'll put it in the chat, and I'll show you the page. I just randomly went to a page because I was reading some Kabbalah stuff like I normally do. Yeah, when are we gonna venture into the Jew stuff?
We can do it today, right now.
Yeah, but he needs better.
A long thread, which is the Alabah, the Drush. Allah. Genesis Rabbah.
I don't need Midrash because that's basically the New Testament. So
Genesis Rabbah is not just. I don't even know if it's really a Midrash. It's more like a text, a revelation.
Look. Where's this book? There we go. Archimedes.
So I think I'll change my mind.
Let's do some layups though, because you're focusing too much on shooting. No, I never seen you do a layup.
Never seen you once do a layup. No, don't see you do layups. Hold on, let me look this up. That you just shot that. You just ran and shot the ball. That's not a layup. A layup is with one hand and you lift your opposite foot up. Yeah, good job. That was another running, shooting thing. What is that? What was that? He's it again. Hold on, I need to focus on this. You need to.
Okay, he's busy working on layups. Dennis, the stage is for book readers. If you want to read a book or Illumi, otherwise, I'm going to read a book. And I hope you enjoyed my book submission. I hope it enlightens your day and you say, oh my gosh, that was pretty smart. But I'm going to get out of Ayn Rand. We're finishing up on page 26 on Ayn Rand. The next book I will be reading from is from Aleister Crowley. You could say it's Gnostic or Thalametic. But this is called the Gnostic Anthem. I think I've read it before here. I think Illumi may have heard me read it before. It's called the Gnostic Anthem. So take the deepest breath of the day. Okay, this is the Gnostic Anthem. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential, one. Man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove, mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship to thee, sap of the world ash, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee, waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou How sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Okay, that was the Gnostic anthem. Oh, welcome to the book club. Dennis, did you like the Gnostic anthem?
Yeah, I loved it.
Joanna!
Yes.
Welcome, Angel Joanna. Studio. I was just looking at some really cool photos of Studio 54.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wasn't it beautiful?
gosh, what a scene. What a just like a pulsation of joy.
Yes, a pulsation of free-for-all joy. Do whatever you want. Oh, just thinking about it gives me the chilly willies. You want me to read part of one of my books?
Yeah, please do so.
This is from The Raven and the Rabbit. It's about Indians. The tribes get together each year and they do elaborate dances. So, a huge drum sat on the north side of the fire. As the moon climbed from behind the ridge, 5 men from the Kiowa tribe began to beat the drum simultaneously. As the beats grew louder, women came forth for the grand entrance. Their performance was in honor of those who crossed over into the world of the Hashinaakin. Their dresses fell to their ankle, red and yellow glistened against the flames. Leggings of white wool were tucked into their knee-high boots. The beads clanked together as they danced. Each woman carried a pouch of deer skin and bells. The Corona tribe was well noted for their striking costumes. They danced around the fire in synchronicity to the beats of the drum. Shadows of the outline traced the grounds as they passed by. With smooth and memorizing movements, they continued to dance until the moon reached higher into the sky. Then the sound of the drum quieted lower and lower as the dancers retreated. The heartbeats of the drum continued to play softly as a beautiful woman approached the fire. She, the wife of Subaki, began to sing. Both joy and grief she poured forth in honor of those lost. With her impressive tone, she could be heard from above the stars. The purity of her voice seemed the entire world could be healed. After she sang the last song, her daughters joined her. They all wore different variations of dress, some with open sleeves, others with cloth and hide. Some carried fans and others shawls adorned with jewelry around their neck. The sound of the drum grew louder now, and they all accompanied it. Flutes and rattles and melodious tones to the song flew above to the birds and to the new life. Many songs familiar to children. When the last song was sung, they all shook their rattles and left the circle of fire. Then the men from the 3 tribes came out one by one to perform the animal dance. They wore tremendous headpieces, some of eagle, bear, and hawk, and crow. Masks were painted to adapt to the animal's representation, and Hachihi served tribute to the raven. Ayani and Amala made his costume to wear, and he was proud. Matu resembled the hawk in his marvelous headdress, one who wore a dark, heavy fur of the grizzly, and another bore wings that spread out from his shoulders to the 3 signs of the feathers that reigned over the raven. They bounced from one foot onto the other effortlessly, turning to the left and the right, and with amazing balance they spun and as around the fire in curious precision, chanting in unison to the spirit guides.
Their shouts reach larger than life throughout the hills and the valleys. Thank you.
Okay, great job, Joanna.
Thank you so much.
I'd love to co-author a book with you and publish it on Amazon. Maybe we could do a book about hypnosis and meditation and enlightenment.
That would be very exciting.
We could use AI to write it, and then we could put our little opinions at the end of the AI chapter.
Okay. I have to mute up for a minute.
Okay, Jeff, Ben, if you have a book you want to read, if you want to invite people to the room to get them to read, I've been inviting El Normo, the guardian angel, the Holy Spirit, but he's not coming to the room. It's possible because he can't find the room, or he's too lazy to search for it, or he's busy with his life. But moving on, we are going to read just a little more. Hopefully we can get other speakers to come in to fill the gaps. But I'm going to read one more thing from this little Aleister Crowley pamphlet. So take the deepest breath of the day.
Yeah.
It's called Collects of the Gnostic Mass. This is, I guess, what you read before the Gnostic Anthem. Lord, visible and sensible, of whom this earth is but a frozen spark, turning about thee with annual and diurnal motion, source of light, source of life, let thy perpetual radiance hearten us to continual labor and enjoyment, so that as we are constant partakers of thy bounty, we may, in our particular orbit, give out light and life, sustenance and joy to them that revolve about us with diminution of substance or effulgence forever. Lord, secret and most holy, source of light, source of life, source of love, source of liberty, be thou constant and mighty within us, force of energy, fire of motion, with diligence let us ever labor with thee, that we may remain in thine abundant joy. Lady of night, that turning ever about us art now visible and now invisible in thy season, be thou favorable to hunters and lovers, and to all men that toil upon the earth, and to all mariners upon the sea. Lord of life and joy, that art the might of man, that art the essence of every true God, that is upon the surface of the earth, continuing knowledge from generation to generation, thou adored of us upon heaths and in the woods, on mountains and in caves, openly in the marketplaces, and secretly in the chambers of our houses, and Temples of gold and ivory and marble as in the temples of our bodies, we worthily commemorate them, worthy that did of old adore thee and manifest thy glory unto men. O sons of the lion and the snake, with all thy saints, we worthily commemorate them, worthy that we were and are to come.
Lord, visible and sensible.
May the essence be here, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast. Okay, I'm going to play a little song here that I created on Suno. It's called Magic. Hope you enjoy.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother
Yeah.
I am the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure.
Is that his voice?
By the brightness I invoke thee.
John, is that your voice?
Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Lord, visible and sensible of whom this earth is but a frozen spark, turning about he was annual and barren of motion, source of light, source of life, let thy perpetual the beats of hurt. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I get the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine other dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a vote to invoke thee. Strike! Strike a master chord. Throw! Draw the flaming sword. Throw! Shout and conquering Lord. Horus! Avenger! By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my beginning. By the sword I invoke thee.
You're like a sugar baby. Fucking shit. You feel like a sugar baby. Yo, she probably ridiculous and stuff.
Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the God. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out. Give me the sign of the open eye. A A storm of silence, a broken
Now to care for the stunned looks of men behind her, grabbing an apple from the bucket with her mouth. Captivated by Lisa's seductive display, a boy with
Criminal busted remains near that. I instinctively caught it, even thinking I could time it, throw it back, but instead. The next morning, I was fully restored like nothing ever happened. But the moment I stepped outside my apartment, I got slammed head on by several cars. No matter how many times I died, every morning I wake up right on time, still living the exact same day all over. I put on the same blue shirt as always, walk past the shoe store and glance at the sneakers I could never afford, then head into the coffee shop and order a black coffee, no sugar. After that, I go to work at the bank and wait for the robbers to show up on schedule. Fire a couple shots into the air. The security guards smoothly unbuckle their belts, lower their weapons, hit the floor, and casually chat with me about what to come back. We're all used to it by now, because none of us are real. We're NPCs inside this game. We exist for one reason, to help players complete their missions. The ones wearing sunglasses are the real players. They can do whatever they want to. Anyone without sunglasses is just an NPC. Forced to follow the summary, and I watched until one day, something unexpected happened. I spotted a girl on the street wearing leather pants. Stunning figure, confident presence. For the first time in my life, I felt something real. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The security guard Jack rushed over and stopped me, warning me that she was wearing sunglasses. Player mission class. I didn't care. For the first time ever, I sprinted around and chased after her, just to give me a weapon. And the result? Luckily, safe the next day, I respawned with people, but when I walked into the coffee shop again, strange thoughts still crossed my mind. I wanted to try coffee and sugar. That single sentence completely breaks down. I'll stop taking customers behind me. Everyone's staring into the shop. Take outside the room. Stay out. I quickly said, joking. Smashed to the ground right in front of me. Cash spilled out all over the place. I reached out and money to just transfer. I felt I was screaming at the fought the slayers I for years. When anybody shoots, I was getting ready to nail the girl in leather pants. Meanwhile, the incoming was safe. A player in the shoe playing programmers making songs. The hacker must have infiltrated the server disguised as an NPC to cause chaos. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't track the account. So, Telegram decided to educate personally to catch the hacker themselves. They showed up wearing basic brick skins and threatened me to remove my users or they'd shoot. I was completely confused. I told them to remove the skins. This is how I'm a criminal plus a
with fawns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards on a milk white ass. Come o'er the sea to me.
Video of a Russian anti-drone weapon system shoots the drone like a pistol. I don't think you understand my idea. All I need to do is figure out how much I need to pay you.
No. That's enough. Well, so now where do we go? Anywhere but there. This time we're not taking the bait.
A power signature emanating from that cave.
I'd say we found our culprit.
What is...
It appears to be a holographic power generator of some kind. There is an axionic shield in effect.
Thanks for telling me.
Its frequency is constant. I believe I can deactivate it. The shield has been neutralized.
What do you want to do?
The real wrong.
Right where we parked it.
Why did King Edward II invite every one of his mistresses to his own coronation? In 1902, the world watched as the new king did the unthinkable. He reserved a high-profile section in Westminster Abbey specifically for his ex-girlfriends. The court jokingly nicknamed it the King's Loose Box. It was filled with the most famous women of the era, including Alice Paget, the great-grandmother of current Queen Camilla. Edward made this bold move to prove he was finally the sovereign, and he was done hiding from the strict morality of his mother's reign. Poor Queen Alexandra could have been humiliated, but she chose a different path. She walked into the abbey dripping in so many diamonds and pearls, she looked like a literal goddess. Why did King Edward... If you think your child...
For you.
Sounds fun.
One thing, all things. Spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lands. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, now let the flaws just hum. In the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage. The waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, it's today, oh, tomorrow, oh, today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into place. gaps where the wordless stands. Duality, some mass, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off, letting go of perfection. The chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. Beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just love,
The way is perfect, like the space where nothing is lacking and nothing in excess. Indeed, it is due to our choosing to accept or reject that we do not see other things. Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost in all this judgment? We're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of the walls we build? They protect or give us keep. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. Unfazed, to life is still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow.
Dreams and flowers hang in the sky. Reach to hold them, they float on by. Grasping shadows, it makes no sense. The weight of nothing feels so immense. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. Mirror ripples with every glance. Truth and fiction caught in a dance. Mind it builds a fragile wall, but every duality's bound to fall. It's foolish to chase the air. There's nothing solid there. Rest and unrest, they're just the same. A whispered echo without a name. No right, no wrong, no lines to cross. Let go of gain, let go of loss. The worlds have
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. Savagery, the crime of slaughter, which God is so great, a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, which is it? Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers leading opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Women of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69. The order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them, as it does, into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation in securing their clients or customers. 71 the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 72 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Members of the order may expect to find suitable marriage partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIM and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 lit above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8 house, 63. All brethren are entitled
death to the proper disposal of their remains, according to the rights of the order and their grade in it. If the brothers so desire, the entire amount of the fees and subscriptions which he has paid during his life will be handed over by the order to his heirs and legatees. The order thus affords an absolute system of insurance in addition to its other benefits. Mint House. 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 66. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the profess houses of the order for the period of 1 month. Members of the order may expect to find single ladies, partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIMer and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th house, 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the professed houses of the order for the period of 1 month.
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature.
members of the order may expect to find single ladies, partners in the extremely select body to which they belong. Community of interest and hope being already established, it is natural to suppose that where mutual attraction also exists, a marriage will result in perfect happiness. There are special considerations in this matter which apply to the VIMer and cannot be discussed in this place. 6 feet above, brethren are entirely free of most legal burdens, since lawsuits are not permitted within the order, and since they may call upon the legal advisors of the order to defend them against their enemies in case of need. 8th house, 65. The order teaches the only perfect and satisfactory system of philosophy, religion, and science, leading its members step by step to knowledge and power hardly even dreamed of by the profane. 65. Brethren of the order who take long journeys overseas are received in places where they sojourn at the professed houses of the order for the period of 1 month.
May expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. So rejoice, unchosen, whose sorrow is none of us. Beauty is strength, leaving laughter and delicious languor, force and fire.
Paper with wisdom and intelligence embedded on the sheets. Welcome back to the book club. Okay, we just had a submission from Almighty Megatron Prime, the leader of the Catholic, Christian, Jewish, Muslim debate room that has been going on for many years now, plaguing Barth's mind day to day as he works, drilling and hammering nails at construction sites without a partner. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a partner because he's on Clubhouse all day, and his manager is like, you know what? That guy's on Clubhouse all day. He doesn't deserve a partner. But here in the book club, he's got reading partners. That's right. We're reading books to each other because we care for one another. Instead of having pointless, useless conversations, we are sharing high valuable information. Okay, Carmen, do you have a book you'd like to read? Now's your second chance.
All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The
perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice our chosen, whose sorroweth is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire are of
Not a big fan of the heavy metal stuff, Joanna. I just
Members
want
of
to.
the order will be permitted to use the library in any of our profess houses. 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master of the lodge of the district for a period of 3 days. Fourth house. 49 brethren of all grades may be invited to sojourn in the profess houses of the order by Grand Lodge, and such invitation may confidently be expected as the reward of merit. There they will be able to make the personal acquaintance of members of the higher grades, learn of the deeper workings of the order, obtain the benefit of personal instruction, and in all ways fit themselves for advancement. Brethren of advanced years and known merit who desire to follow the religious life may be asked to reside permanently in such houses. In the higher degrees, brethren have the right to reside in our profess houses for a portion of every year, as shown 2 weeks, this Vic, 2 months, GT, 1 month, SGC, 3 months, PRS, 6 weeks, VIP, 6 months. Members of the IX who share among themselves the whole property of the order according to the rules of that degree may, of course, reside there permanently indeed. The house of every brother of this grade is ipso facto a profess house of the order. Members of the order will be permitted to use the library in any of our provost houses 47 circulating libraries will presently be established. 48 brethren who may be traveling have a right to the hospitality of the master, of the lodge, of the district, for a period of 3 days.
Every brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept the law and the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its scale. Fortunately, the brethren are bound to secrecy only with regard to the nature of the rituals of our order, and to our word signs and to the general principles of the order may be fully explained, so far as they are understood below the surf. As it is written, the ordeals I write not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is for all. It's to be observed the punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad, and the fame of it cometh even unto the throne of the supreme and holy King himself. Will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother. The first and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother, to have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who have accepted the book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully explained, and we will not here recapitulate the same.
Every brother is expected to do all in his power to induce his personal friends to accept all and join the order. He should therefore endeavor to make new friends outside the order for the purpose of widening its scope. master of the rituals of our order, and to our words, signs, etc. The general principles of the order may be fully explained so far as they are understood below the her. As it is written, the ordeals I write not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is It is to be observed that punctual performance of these duties, so that the report thereof is noised abroad and the fame of it cometh, even unto the throne of the Supreme and Holy King himself, will weigh heavily in the scale when it comes to be a question of the high advancement of a brother in the order. First and greatest of all privileges of a brother is to be a brother, to have accepted the law, to have become free and independent, to have destroyed all fear, whether of custom, or of faith, or of other men, or of death itself. In other papers, the joy and glory of those who are accepted, the book of the law as the sole rule of life is largely, though never fully explained, and we will not here recapitulate the same. Is made in good faith.
Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 shots. 30% and all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order so that the child may be born under its aegis. 38, the mother that is to be have asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the taboos of the slave gods. She is to be regarded as a special suitable to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially wishes, as a servant of the order, in one of its professed houses, 39 special professed houses for the care of women of the order, or those whose husbands or lovers are members of the order, will be instituted, so that the frontal duty of womankind may be carried out in all comfort and honor. 40. Every brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life, so called to induce them to join the order. Royal personages, ministers of state, high officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 colleges of the order will presently be established where the children of its members may be trained in all trades, businesses, and professions, and there they may study the liberal arts and humane letters, as well as our holy and arcane science. Pedants expected to do all in their power to make possible the establishment of such universities. Every brother is expected to spend a great part of his spare time in the study of the principles of the law and of the order, and in searching out the key to its great and manifold mysteries. 36, he should also do all in his power to spread the law, especially taking long journeys, when possible, to remote places, there to sow the seed of the law. 10 house. 37 all pregnant women are especially sacred to members of the order, and no effort should be spared to bring them to acceptance of the law of freedom, so that the unborn may benefit by that impression. They should be induced to become members of the order, so that the child may be born under its aegis. Have asserted her will to be so in contempt and defiance of the tablets of the slave gods, she is to be regarded as especially senator to our order, and the master of the lodge in her district shall offer to become, as it were, godfather to the child, who shall be trained specially, if the mother so wishes, as a servant of the order, brother is expected to use all his influence with persons in a superior station of life to induce them to joint all the royal personages, ministers of state, powerful officials in the diplomatic, naval, military, and civil services are particularly to be sought after. For it is intended ultimately that the temporal power of the state be brought into the law and led into freedom and prosperity by the application of its principles. 41 colleges of the order will presently be established where the children and its members may be trained in all trades, precisions, and there they may study the liberal arts and human learners, as well as our holy and arcane faith, are expected to do all that power to make the place
The accused, Brother Will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such while in the field, and slain or captured as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. 8th House, 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead Eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. The accused,
brother will, however, be defended by the order to the utmost of its power on his affirming his innocence upon the volume of the sacred law. In the ordeal appointed ad hoc by the Grand Tribunal itself, 32 public enemies of the country of any brother shall be treated as such, while in the field and slain or captured, as the officer of the brother may command. But within the precincts of the lodge, all such divisions are to be forgotten absolutely. And as children of one Father, the enemies of the hour before and the hour after are to dwell in peace, amity, and fraternity. 8th House, 33. Every brother is expected to bear witness in his last will and testament to the great benefit that he hath received from the order by bestowing upon it part or the whole of his goods, as he may deem fit. 34. The death of a brother is not to be an occasion of melancholy, but of rejoicing. The brethren of his lodge shall gather together and make a banquet with music and dancing and all manner of gladness. It is of the greatest importance that this shall be done, for thereby the inherited fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. Fear of death, which is deep-seated as instinct in us, will gradually be rooted out. It is a legacy from the dead eon of Osiris, and it is our duty to kill it in ourselves, that our children and our children's children may be born free from the curse. It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the uninitiated. Lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction.
disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master or masters of their lodge or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. 27. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. 28 members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no rights of any kind, since they have not accepted the law, and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization, and to be treated accordingly. Kindness should be shown towards them, as towards any other animal, and every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. Should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this leads frequently to serious trouble for both parties, especially the unanimity. 25 lawsuits between members of the order are absolutely forbidden, on pain of immediate expulsion and loss of all privileges, even of those accumulated by past good conduct referred to in the second part of this instruction. 26. All disputes between brethren should be referred firstly to the master or masters of their lodge or lodges in conference. If a composition be not arrived at in this manner, the dispute is to be referred to the Grand Tribunal, which will arbitrate thereon, and its decision is to be accepted as final. 27. Refusal to apply for or accept such decision shall entail expulsion from the order, and the other party is then at liberty to seek his redress in the courts of profane justice. Members of the order are to regard those without its pale as possessing no rights accepted the law and are therefore, as it were, troglodytes, survivals of a past civilization. And to be treated accordingly, kindness should be shown towards them as towards any other animal. And every effort should be made to bring them into freedom. 29. Any injury done by any person without the order to any person within it may be brought before the grand tribunal, which will, if it deem right and fit, use all its power to redress or to avenge it. Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge, and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers, with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service, and familiarity, subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the profess houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 20. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge, for example. A stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge, which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamship owner or director see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to Sovereign Grand Inspector Generals of the Order on their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only. Personal or domestic attendants should be chosen from among the members of the order. When possible, and great tact and courtesy are to be employed in dealing with them. 17. They, on their part, will render willing and intelligent service. 18. While in lodge, and on special occasions, they are to be treated as brothers with perfect equality. Such behavior is undesirable during the hours of service,
and familiarity. Subversive as it is of all discipline and order, is to be avoided by adopting a complete and marked change of manner and address. 19. This applies to all persons in subordinate positions, but not to the brethren servient in the professed houses of the order, who, giving service without recompense, are to be honored as hosts. 20. In case of the sickness of any brother, it is the duty of all brethren who know him personally to attend him, to see that he want for nothing, and to report, if necessary, his needs to the lodge, or to Grand Lodge itself. 20. Those brethren who happen to be doctors or nurses will naturally give their skill and care with even more than their customary joy in service. 22. All brethren are bound by their fealty to offer their service in their particular trade, business, or profession to the Grand Lodge. For example, a stationer will supply Grand Lodge with paper, vellum, and the like. A bookseller offer any books to the library of Grand Lodge which the librarian may desire to possess. A lawyer will execute any legal business for Grand Lodge, and a railway or steamship owner or director see to it that the great officers travel in comfort wherever they may wish to go. 20. Visitors from other lodges are to be accorded the treatment of ambassadors. This will apply most especially to sovereign Grand Inspector Generals of the Order and their tours of inspection. All hospitality and courtesy shown to such is shown to ourselves, not to them only. All brethren may expect the warmest cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice, are chosen, whose sorroweth is none of us. Beauty is strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire.
cooperation in their pleasures and amusements from other members of the order. The perfect freedom and security afforded by the law allows the characters of all brethren to expand to the very limits of their nature, and the great joy and gladness with which they are constantly overflowing make them the best of companions. They shall rejoice our chosen, whose sorroweth is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire are of us. It is desirable that the marriage partner of any brother should also be a member of the order. Neglect to insist upon this. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the condition of the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the
teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. 10 properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus effecting a saving, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending an unlit house, for example, to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused hall to be occupied by a lodge. 11. Yet in view of the great objects of the order, endowment is welcome. 12. Every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old, attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful. Every brother who may possess mines, land, or houses more than he can himself constantly occupy should donate part of such mines or land, or one or more of such houses to the order. 10 properties thus given will be administered if he desired in his own interest, thus affecting a state, since large estates are more economically handled than small. But the order will use such property as may happen to lie idle for the moment in such ways as it may seem good. Lending an unlit house to some brother who is in need, or allowing an unused hall to be occupied by a lodge. 11. Yet in view of the great objects of the order, endowment is welcome. 12. Every brother shall show himself solicitous of the comfort and happiness of any brother who may be old, attending not only to all material wants, but to his amusement, so that his declining years may be made joyful.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their taste, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself, it seems desirable, when possible, that where two or born of the same lodge are engaged in the same work, they should seek to amalgamate the same by entering into partnership. Thus, in time, great and powerful corporations may arise from small individual enterprises. 7. They shall be diligent in circulating all tracts, manifestos, and all other communications which the order may from time to time give out for the instruction or emancipation of the profane. They may offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the profess houses of the order. The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of the Lema. In all writings they shall be careful to use the prescribed greetings, likewise in speech, even with strangers. 5. They shall respond heartily to every summons of the lodge or chapter to which they may belong, not lightly making excuse. 6. Brethren should use every opportunity of assisting each other in their taste, businesses, or professions, whether by direct dealing with brethren in preference to others, or by speaking well of them, or as may suggest itself. It seems desirable, when possible, brethren of the same lodge are engaged in the same. They should seek to amalgamate the same by entering into partnership. Thus, in time, great and powerful corporations may arise from small individual enterprises. 6. They shall be diligent in circulating all tracts, manifestos, and all other communications which the order may from time to time give us for the instruction or emancipation of profane. 8. They may offer suitable books and pictures to the libraries of the professed houses of the order.
The private purse of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking. And if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of other rangs and rogues such as are no true brethren. The brother who is possessed of this world's riches should make it his business to watch the necessities necessity of all those brethren, with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants in so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent, rather than temporary. All brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
The private purse of every brother should always be at the disposal of any brother who may be in need. But in such a case, it is a great mischief if the one ask and the other consent. For if the former be really in need, his pride is wounded by his asking, and if not, the door is open to beggars and impostors and all manner of errant knaves and rogues, such as are no true brethren. But the brother who is possessed of this world's goods should make it his business to watch the necessity of all those brethren with whom he may be personally acquainted, anticipating their wants in so wise and kindly and delicate a manner that it shall appear as if it were the payment of a debt. And what help is given shall be given with discretion, so that the relief may be permanent rather than temporary. Three, all brethren shall be exceedingly punctual in the payment of lodge dues. This is to take precedence of all other calls upon the purse.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order, We desire you, therefore, presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order and among those of the profane who may seem worthy to join it. These matters following concerning the duties and the privileges of members of the earlier degrees of the OTO of the post-material affairs, and for convenience we shall classify these as material referring to new heaven, but also by numbered clauses for the sake of such as understand not the so-called science of the stars. First, therefore, concerning the duties of the brethren, yet without order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible wholly to separate them. First house. One. There is no law beyond. Do what thou wilt. Yet it is rare for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liber legis, for therein is much counsel concerning this. How best may carry out this will. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It has been represented to us that some persons who are worthy to join the OTO consider the fees and subscriptions rather high. This is due to your failure to explain properly the great advantages offered by the order. We desire therefore presently to note and to cause to be circulated throughout the order, and among those of the profane who may seem worthy to join it, these matters following concerning the duties and the privileges of members of the earlier degrees of the OTO as regards material affairs. And for convenience we shall classify these as pertaining to the 12th house of the heaven, but also by numbered clauses for the sake of such as understand not the so-called science of the stars. First, we are prone concerning the great breadth, yet without order every duty is also a privilege, so that it is impossible wholly to separate them.
what thou wilt. Yet it is well for brethren to study daily in the volume of the sacred law. Liber Legis, for therein is much counsel concerning this, how best they may carry out this will.
The wizard showed me a large green god with many arms, sitting in the doorway. The name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Abdullah. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis, a well with many Arabs. About the name of the place was Osika in Marrakesh. A tall Moor Athanan talked to me, he was showing. They all. His favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray, zebra-like. Unicorn! Athanan said his name added to 74! Or is this his grade? What is my true love? Name. Her magical name in his language was Ahita. He was not a living man, but represented a white man named Heman. Angel ruling Leo, he would carry on certain work. 666. How? A Moor's hand with a ring. Many stones of different colors arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. Will prosper and work and be very happy. Very happy. How would this come about? To a certain person. A tall man with light mustache and an edge of t-shirt had something to read. When do we get definite action on the material plane? Before next solstice, does someone have to take action or sit tight? Both. This certain one must use his brains to plan things. Tell me if BC Annie Besant will live long in her present body? Yes. Is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan? Yes. Should he approach X? My White Lotus appears? Yes. Should he approach another person? No. Should he approach? Yes. Is there anyone else to approach? Some woman. Alma. Mind thought. She was stout, large breasts 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician, smiling rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Gray Parker. Could this be a shot at EGP for Agent Khan? Wizard says Woodstock adds to 84. How should he act to find LCD? No answer, Wizard now looks like an enormous god. Sphinx head, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god-type Adamuth is his god name. Adamuth 463. The middle pillar and almond rod equals servant of the dragon, or of Mithras, all of Babel's buying rate of Thoth. He is sceptered with a kind of battle axe and a knob carrying in your hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light and effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where is LCG?
P. In an hotel, a private house on 5th Avenue, 666 knew some friend of hers. Is she a friend of AD? Yes. When may he expect fulfillment of the firm first splitting on September.
What year?
1918. This was doubtful. What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian. Where does he live now? By a well of concrete, trees around it in USA. What business is he in? Of leisure.
The wizard showed me a large green guard with many arms sitting in the doorway. Name on doorway in strange letters was Gate of Abdullah. I entered this doorway. Inside was an oasis. A well with many Arabs about. The name of the place was Osaka in Marrakesh. A tall Moor, a Thanan, talked to me. He was showing his what? Aaron, his favorite animal was one I could not name. It came out of some water where it had been drinking, was gray zebra-like unicorn. Froman said his name added to 74. Or is this his grade?
What is my true number?
Hey, 103. Very interesting. Her magical name in his language was Arita. 417 out of Noah's Ark. Honor the swing plus 1 Zaddy the link 417 plus 1 is 48. The 1 is of course the phallus.
He was not a living man, but represented a white man named Haman.
417. Angel ruling Leo.
He would carry on certain works.
666.
How?
Hey, a Moor's hand with a ring, many stones of different colors, arranged like flowers in the form of a cross of equal arms. 666 will prosper and work and be very happy.
How would this come about?
Hey, through a certain person.
O-I-V-V-I-O.
A tall man with light mustache. A angel had something to do with it.
When do we get definite action on the material plane?
Before next solstice.
Is said have to take action or sit tight?
This certain one must use his brains to plan things.
Tell me if BC
80% will live long in their present body. Yes.
is a political campaign among existing occult societies with a view to unification under 666 a good plan?
Yes.
Should T approach X?
White law disappears. Yes.
Should T approach another person?
No.
Should he approach X? Is there anyone else to approach?
Some woman out of my mind. She was stout, large breasts, 40, married, no children, dark chestnut hair, pretty skin, fairly good looking, possibly a singer or musician, smiling, rich, moderately well-educated American. Her name was Elsie Gray Parker.
Could this be a shot at EGP for Air Japan?
Wizard says Woodstock adds to 84.
How should he act to find LCG?
No answer. Wizard now looks like an enormous god. Sphinx hat, stalwart, bearded Assyrian god type. Abdomen is his god name.
Alchemy is 463.
The middle pillar and almond rod equals servant of the dragon or a Mithra, sir of the tables, i.e. of thought. He is scattered with a kind of battle axe and a knot carrying the other hand. He stood against a great dark mountain behind which the sun was rising. The light and effect was one of the most beautiful pictures I ever saw.
Where is LCG?
Yeah, in a hotel or private house on 5th Ave or near 666 knew some friend of hers.
Is she a friend of the air team too?
Yes.
When may he expect fulfillment of universe's guideline? Where's William Blind?
September.
What year?
1910. This was doubtful.
What nationality is the man referred to in that verse? Austrian.
Where does he live now?
By a well of concrete, trees around it in USA.
Nebraska.
What business is he in?
Man of leisure.
1918.
Marianne says that saying no is saying something. All philosophies for aeons, every aeon's based on no, they are false. The most important of all scales is that with the index 6 is our number being 7 to 9.
Note 7 to 9 is the numeration of Amalatra in Hebrew.
This is natural vanity. Let us, however, consider this scale. It consists of 0, 1, 64, 7 to 9, 4, 0, 9, 6, 1, 5, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 6, 5, 6. The wizard says these numbers are perfection of the truth. Is the power of the angels. Victory and Jesus for himself. Much of
Saturn in the furrow, black bread in my hand, a bell for the burial, dust in the land. Jupiter at the table, fat wine full plate, a clerk with a gold pin, walking through the gate. Mars on lessons, one more scheme to thin. Moon on the water, silver on the tide. Travel in her pocket, fishes by her spins low, I hear the naming glow. Each one takes its turn and teaches what I know. Saturn, hold the field. Jupiter, pour and yield. Saturn in the furrow, black bread in my hand, a bell for the burial, dust in the land. Jupiter at the table, fat wine, full plate, a clerk with a gold pen, walking through the gate. Mars on the road without
Each one takes its turn and teaches what I know. All the fields you bear, pouring me a rise. Let's go inside, sun, where the golden lady is. Promise that Mercury, set the way, guide me home from the seven roads I Saturn at my table, cold spoon, folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line. Old boots by the doorway, and the rain on the vine. Then Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand. Good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. The room turns golden, you lift me after all. Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, bringing me home. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the high seas, power on a crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft hands, silver tune. Love in the slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue, and laughter in the air. Mercury is laughing with a trickster's stare.
spoon folded hands, agriculture in the field, sorrow in the sand. Death walks quiet circles around the barn door line, old boots by the doorway, and the rain on the vine. And Jupiter comes laughing with a cup in every hand, good fortune in the doorway, feasting in the land. Church bells on the hillside, I can hear them call. When the room turns golden, you lift me after all. Saturn, Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, Jupiter, bringing me home. Saturn, Saturn, up and but I don't fall. Jupiter, Jupiter, you give me it all. Mars in the red street, fist up, eyes on fire. War with a clean edge, victory and desire. Sun in the high seat, power on the crown. Magistrate in the morning, with the whole town bowed down. Venus at the window, soft hands, silver tune. Love in a slow dance, pleasure in the room. Music on the tongue, and laughter in the air. Mercury is laughing with a trickster stare. Saturn, Saturn, heavy in my bones. Jupiter, Jupiter, bringing
was not.
Fire visions and divine visions, right? The Bible. So it's, you know that, right? You know that more than me. So you know it, right? So there are scholars in in your faith itself who say that it's corrupt, but it's not a bad thing that it's corrupt. That's what they say, right? Because the religion is not about the Bible itself. It's a faith in Jesus. That's what they say. So that's the difference. In Islam, like no one, no us, like even the scholars of other faith or of the comparative, like people with the PhDs of comparative religion and theology, even the most of them, there are a lot of them who might say otherwise, but the major. Yeah, but don't count out another big pop. There could be another big pop. What do you mean pop? Well, we have 6 weeks before now and like June. I mean, we still have time. You can have a pop. Like Shakespeare.
Like, what would it take for you, like China or like a big superpower entering into the theater, something like that?
They'll create a story. It's creating a story. That's why you sell the news. They'll create a story.
Yeah, has to be a juicy one.
In other words, you gotta hedge.
All I know is June, July, and August are gonna be on my mortgage side good months for me. Very good months for me. And I'm about to stash. I'm about to start stashing.
Well, that's the thing. When everybody starts saying, I gotta start stashing, and then, you can hear in the room, that's when you know the pros are gonna take some money off the table before you guys do.
100%, but we gotta think about it. So right now, with there being more lenient, people who wouldn't be able to borrow are going to be able to borrow now with FHA loans. You're gonna have people just like right? We did this and then it crashed. So then the crash will get worse because people are gonna be buying homes that technically can't afford them. So let's see for me, that's good. I'm going to be able to close more loans now, especially if they qualify for FHA loans. I'm going to be able to close more loans. I'm going to have more commissions.
What are you doing closing loans? I thought you were in academia. You're too intelligent for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I have multiple streams of income because I am intelligent. So there was a time let me just go get my mortgage license. My uncle owns a brokerage, so I do loans on the side. It's good money.
I mean, there should be this large influx of people entering into that market with this new guy coming in, right? Jerome Powell's replacement.
And then because the FHA now has changed some of the guidelines and the FICO scores, and going to be able to get FHA loans for homes. But even my uncle just sent out a whole thing about everybody better be on their P's and Q's, getting their shit closed because these are I'm gonna be calling some clients that didn't qualify before.
Yeah,
because isn't it you're able to stash? Isn't that contingent on people leaving money in circulation? People being able to access more money. For example, the interest rate dropping, obviously this is going to pick up your
business. Yeah, and I'm going to make money. So then I'm going to stash my cash.
There you go.
Because now I have the recruiting firm, then in the GCC. I have this. I have my regular 9 to 5. So my ass has just been working the past couple of years. Working and stashing money. So.
Well, wait, the GCC's doing better now? Wait, there's coming.
No, it's been shitting, man. Because a lot of my projects have stopped there for the past 6 months.
Hey, 45th Ward. We are at 26th in California again today for the detention hearing.
Yeah, there will be a rotation to real estate in the next 2 coming. It's coming 2, 3. Yeah, it's coming.
If you don't have multiple
For
streams of
Alfonso,
income, like I learned my lesson the hard way. You have to have multiple
Yes, you
streams
do.
of income.
Yes.
You cannot rely on one
Yes.
thing. And I'm just sitting around and I'm like, shit, I can pass this mortgage test in like 2.5 seconds, and I did on my first time. I got like an 85.
Most people just rely on their one job paycheck, and then when they lose that job, they realize they should have had multiple streams of income.
And that's exactly what happened to me. Is I worked
Ali,
for
the
a
individual.
company. But no, I had been in academia, Sam. I'm not currently in academia, but I was in academia.
Yeah, I was there too. It got overrated.
So like when I lived in the UAE, I taught, and then I also taught at the University of Sharjah. So I taught some business classes.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice when you're intelligent to be in that environment. But you know how it is, the politics, and they don't pay well. It's just a lot of stuff behind that.
Yeah, they don't pay very well, but it's nice. It's a nice stream of income. Like if it's not your main stream of income, like right now, I could easily go and teach at a community college. You know, like that's not a problem. Like,
well, good for you.
Extra cash. I like to make money. So if someone tells me, like my mom said, well, something you should do sales, I'm like, fuck it, I'll go and get the license for it. Why not? If this picks up, I'll go do that. If this picks up, I'll go do that. Just make a little money here and there.
That's right. That's right. That's what I try to tell people. Look for the opportunity.
What's it take you? Like literally, from the time I started studying for my mortgage license to the time I got my mortgage license was 1 month.
Yeah, but that's because you're intelligent. I tried to help people. I gave them a book from the library.
As we've talked about multiple occasions,
More than a month, and then if you use it, you use it. If you don't, what are you out? $200? Who cares?
Yeah, they're too lazy. They're just too lazy.
My friend's like, you have.
Attorney General, when I met
mortgages, I go,
Senator.
Who extra money? Who doesn't want an extra, like just on the side, making an additional $3,000-4,000 a month, not doing shit?
There you go. You see? The amount of lazy people in this world is not like average and below average like you.
The point is, when somebody tells me they can't make money,
Thank you for coming. We want information to.
There's no other country in the world that has this kind of opportunity.
Bro, do you guys see like the just the GoFundMe thing, just the influencer thing, just shows you how easy it is for people to get rich.
Easy to make money in America. Like, people don't understand the
Kira Coles is at. She's been missing since 2018.
Was what?
You can sell insurance.
I'll ask you to, as part of the sentencing,
Because my friend, she's like a big manager for Estee Lauder. She puts me in the system, and once a month I get paid $30 an hour to go and, like, if I feel like it, go and do perfumes. If I'm bored, my kids are in college, I haven't got shit to do. You know, go make freaking little bit of money here. That's gas money. Like, if you want to make money, you can make money. You can just pick it up off the street here.
Yeah, I tell people that I tell them this. I've been.
I wouldn't do that. Where's your pride? There's no pride when it comes to work. You work, you make your money.
There's no other country. I keep telling people, there's no other country. Every day you have an opportunity to make money. I swear, every day I have an opportunity to make money.
I make money on Upwork. I literally get contracts on Upwork all the damn time for $50 an hour.
You go to the Middle East, they drive you nuts. They don't like it. They won't give you the paperwork. They won't give you the link. They make you go in circles and left and right.
And then your job is tied to your residency. And you lose your job, you lose your residency, you lose your home, you lose everything. Like, and then you can't go out and just grab a new job. There's a whole process that you have to go through it. So like when you're in America, you don't got to go through any damn process. Like you can walk out on the street. You can download an app for Uber, and you can start Ubering. There's so much ways that you can make money. Are they easy? No. But what else are you doing? Sitting around scratching your ass isn't going to get you nothing. What's unemployment? $350 a week? You can live on that?
And in America, you can go online and fill out all the LLC forms, the escrow forms. But to go do that in the Middle East, oh my gosh.
No, it took me 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years.
5
Wow.
years.
That's persistence.
to have a business there. It took me 5 years to register with the GC.
And that's opportunity cost.
Yes. Was it worth it? Yeah, it is. Right now, not too much, but I did make some money. But you can make money. We live in such a global, you can make money. When someone tells me, I can't make money, I don't have it, go find another way to make a job. You might not make it in what you started off with.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I look at the weekend, like, okay, Sundays I take the day off, the Saturdays I work, I do stuff to, because I don't want, I know how much I'm spending.
Conservative Republican. Hey everybody, quick update. I hope that you paid attention to the hearing yesterday with Pete Heck.
They have expenses, they have college. Unfortunately, I'm, upper middle class, we don't get shit.
You are the
We can look at
disaster.
financial aid.
Right,
So,
right.
I'm not getting any assistance from the government, so I'm hustling.
And I remember I worked 90 days in a row without a day off.
Yeah, last year I worked a full 363 days. 363 days. No day off.
Damn.
And some of the days I worked 2 jobs. I went from the mortgage in the mornings. I would wake up at 7 a.m. I'd go to the brokerage. I'd make my calls, pick up on the leads. And then as I'm doing the leads in the afternoons, I was working my secondary job because I wasn't finding work within my field. I was working for Estee Lauder in the afternoons. And then I picked up a couple Upwork, and everybody's like, how are you doing it? That's a lot, but you got to do what you got to do to make up the difference.
That's impressive. I thought my 90 days was brutal.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You got nothing else. What are you going to do when the bills for your kids' tuition is coming in? They got books to pay. They got cards.
You didn't have a single day to yourself? You just go out to the park?
2 days. 2 days. The day of my daughter's graduation, that was also my birthday. And the other day was Christmas.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card. Except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we all...
What is it? That is a joke.
What? I like money. If God forbid anything happens with him, I got money. That's how we were able to put a huge down payment. That's what we're able to do stuff is because I have money.
Yeah, that's why I stress to people. It's the money. It's not about the materialistic. It's the security and more importantly, eventually, the freedom.
The freedom I'm eventually going to have. Like right now, I do have a lot of free time that I could just do nothing for money, but I don't want to because I look at it as I can just be sitting here watching or talking. Like while I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing an Upwork contract for a company out in Wisconsin. They're paying me $45 an hour. I'm talking to you guys, I'm doing work.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice job. Yeah, it's that freedom. Getting to that freedom.
Because to me, time is money. It's like, there's going to be a time that I'm not going to have this energy to work.
That's right.
I'm not going to be young. I'm not going to have energy to work. I'm going to regret the time that I had the energy and I wasted it.
Yeah, and these people that they're so they dedicate themselves to these companies and then they get laid off in their 50s. And now what are they going to do? Well, if you're going to work for a company, you got to get equity. That's the way to do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to get equity in the company. Just taking your salaries. Not all companies give you equity. When you work for a university, for example, or you work for the government, but you got to work for a company. And you got to work to a position to get equity. I know two people
who worked, now here it is, you do a 20-year, you get a sweet pension and everything from the company. Both of my two friends, they got laid off at their 19th year. That's how dirty it is. They put in the 19th, and they made up some bull BS, and they laid them off. One of them was 19 years and 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of companies to choose from. But
dude, it's ruthless out there. It's not what you think. Doesn't that? They're vicious.
I know the game. I know it really well.
Imagine you put in, you bust your tail off, you wake up every day at 5 or 6 and you get there and you're working till 5 for 19 years and all you got left was 1 year and then they lay you off.
Yeah. You gotta work for a company where you take a risk.
Dude, it was American Express. She was working for American Express.
You're not gonna make any.
And the other one was working for the university.
You're gonna make enough money to stay on top of your debt at American Express. You gotta take a risk. You gotta work for a company that's just growing.
What are you talking about, Sheep? They're laying off people at Microsoft, Oracle, Facebook.
I know the industry really well.
All these guys are getting laid off.
The problem is if you play it safe in your life,
Yeah, but most people they play it safe.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Right? When you have an average IQ person, they're gonna play it safe.
If you're gonna play it safe, that's what you gotta be prepared for. Or
you don't know that.
Or you gotta hustle. There's no such thing as loyalty in the corporate world. Just a number. You're on the piano. You're in the cost line.
There you go. You got it.
That's it.
So the young people listening,
even as not looking good. Someone's got to show up to an earnings call with a beat. That beat's gonna happen, whether you have your job or not.
the important thing is don't put all your eggs in one basket for the young folks listening, and have multiple streams of income. Spend your weekends, not just having fun, but thinking of side projects to build on your, as protection. You gotta look out for yourself.
My thing would be everything you said, and don't fucking buy stupid shit.
Oh yeah, you gotta know how to.
Do not spend the first 15, 20 years of your life acquiring debt.
Right, and you said it in a different way. I'll rephrase it. It's not how much you make; it's how much you keep.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I see, like you can work a job for 20 years, just make a salary. You can, and you'll be okay. But if you start fucking piling up debt, buying fucking 5 TVs in your house, and all the stupid American dream nonsense.
Yeah, and these guys, they buy these $100,000 Ford F-150 trucks.
Fucking crazy.
What are you doing?
Fucking crazy.
Well, it's a depreciating asset. And it's a truck for $100,000. What are you, an idiot?
You know, since I was 25, any car I buy cash. I don't fucking borrow money. Thank God I have the means, but even when I didn't have money, if I didn't have the cash, I ain't fucking buying it.
Yeah.
The only way to do it now is to fucking live at home. Honestly, I don't know if you're 25, 30 years old. I don't know how you can buy a house now.
No, it's impossible at 25, 30, no way, man. I mean, not impossible, for the vast majority, yes.
I don't understand.
No, but the problem is that for people who don't have the option, they have to either rent or buy. Right? And rent is just, you're throwing money down the drain.
Well, it depends what kind of
It depends. It depends.
Rent's a smart move if in certain situations.
Yeah.
Rent is sometimes your only option. That's what actually happens.
No, it can sometimes be smarter to rent. If, for example, real estate prices are very high, it's better to rent.
Yeah, sometimes, but building equity is also good. If you're renting for 10 years straight, then all of that money that you could have, put on a mortgage and built equity is gone. It's just
Not necessarily.
you're paying
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
If you bought a condo,
That equity fluctuates.
if you drop the
No, I know. I'm saying if you rent, if you have a mortgage, you actually do build equity. But if you have a rent, you're not building any equity.
Not necessarily.
But here's the point we're trying to make: is if you bought a condo, hold on, Sheikh, let me finish it. If you bought a condo in Miami for $1.5 million, and it tanked to $1 million, you just lost $500,000 that you're on the hook for.
Yeah, I understand. Typically, real estate does hold its value over time, though. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, it is. I don't want to cut anybody off or be disrespectful to the conversation. I was just tapping in, and I just want to ask you guys something really respectfully and heartfelt, because I have a position in something that I'm creating, and I wanted to know from each of you, because I have room for 6, and there's, I think, 8 other people in this room. If I was going to do something where you could either get a check, a bank check.
Is that the Nigerian prince?
Sorry, man. I only take deals from very attractive women that offer me crypto on Clubhouse. I don't do men on Clubhouse. Is it just me that gets these beautiful women reaching out to him at 2 in the morning?
I've never had that happen to me. I think it's just too short.
I just attract to be the most beautiful, I guess.
Yeah. And on Twitter as well.
Look at this storage. Let me just give you an example. Like this, Jeff, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, like J-Lo, listen to this story. J-Lo and Ben Affleck bought a house for $68 million. They slashed it $8 million to $60. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Crazy.
I know.
What kind of house is fucking 68 million?
I'm saying that real estate is not like a.
I don't think anyone in here is talking about buying a $68 million.
I know, but still, it's relative. Like you go to, for example, like Miami. Where's that? It's called Park something. Park.
Spend money real quick and you could decorate a fucking room.
I'm talking about like average people buying average houses or condos. Right?
Dude, I was in Miami.
Yeah, but it depends on the areas as well. Like in the south of the UK, like the average house is probably 350. You go up north, the same thing, if not better, is probably 200. So 1,000, right?
Dude, if I lived in America, I would definitely be in real estate. But Canada's just way too expensive.
This right here, Miami. Many sellers are receiving 93% of their original price. You know, and you lost money on that. And there's this place called Brickell. Oh my God, you should see the surplus of properties out there in Brickell. Oh my God. The buildings were like, half of them are for sale. Buy it, you know. And here's the thing too, Ben and Shay. When you own these condos, guess what? Every month you're paying a condo fee.
Bro, I don't buy air.
Yeah, I agree. The whole I don't like condos. I don't like the condo market.
You're dropping $1,500 a month, $1,300 a month condo.
You're buying thinner.
And even if you paid it off, you're still paying the condo fees.
It's a scam. It's a scam.
And that's most of the properties in Miami for that condo.
The only time that you make money in condos is you get in like pre-built and you flip it.
Even now the pre-built, the pre-con is not there.
But I mean that's the thing. It's like you're just trading papers. That's the only.
Yeah.
Condos being apartments or like what?
Condos are basically. Yeah, I prefer housing, like actual housing, freehold housing.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, and then housing, okay, Ben, you have issues with housing. Now you gotta replace the roof. You You gotta place it.
Do you know who else?
Well, ideally you would flip it and sell it.
Okay, do you guys want to know who else lives in Miami? Take a guess.
Netanyahu's son?
Apart from Trump. There you go, Shay.
Bezos.
See how I know how you think?
That retard.
I'm in your head, bro.
He's using his reading tax money. That retard is using his reading tax money. You know, the people that live insiders are like, I use about 10 grand a month or 8 grand a month for security. He's renting about a $4,000 apartment or whatever. And that's where, Sarah Netanyahu, she always goes to Miami to meet up with her son. And if she wants to run away from Netanyahu as well, because due to prostate, she will run away.
You're beefing on him hard.
What do you say?
You're making fun of him.
Who am I making fun of? I'm not making fun of anybody.
I'm beefing.
What, you care about TV?
No, I mean, you had to throw the prostate thing in there.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I think it's the whole prostate thing.
Yeah, so Sam, last time, he going through prostate. So Sarah Netanyahu, she was wanted to be a witness because she was sort of like messing with the witnesses. It was court cases. So she started coming after her, and then she ran away to Miami to get away from the case. And that's when Trump met up with her, and they were buddy. They were lovey-dovey, like sitting next to each other, touching each other's hand. There was pictures all around the fucking church.
Noise cancellation for fuck.
Oh, sorry. You know what I'm saying? So they were into lovey-dovey shit or whatever, and then she gets infected with COVID. Nowadays we don't have no COVID. Who's got COVID? Nobody's got COVID nowadays. She gets infected with COVID. So there's something that happened with Trump, and then Trump Epstein files.
Wait, so you're saying Trump gave her COVID?
Yeah, and there's an article.
Like through a sexually transmitted manner, or what?
There we go. Read between the lines,
Oh.
And Epstein was interviewed a long time ago. A small publisher company picked it up. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. He's into sleeping with his best friend's wives, and Netanyahu is his best friend.
Yeah, but Sarah is not that pretty. I did come across this conspiracy theory recently, which is actually quite interesting.
So I have the article if you want it.
That's okay. No, but the whole thing about COVID being released was actually an Epstein thing. So apparently there was some indication that he had kind of I forget what it's called, like a plan for when you die to wreak havoc. And so basically, if you look at when he died and when COVID started shortly after he died. So basically, COVID was released as his kind of plan B for when he died. Infect the world.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I was making a different point there. But anyways, yeah. That's where
Yeah, that was some weird ass little out there.
It was a weird one that I came across. Yeah.
So they have him sent as a doctor. Ask him.
I'm retired physician.
What kind of doctor were you, Sam?
I was an internist and infection specialist.
Oh, okay. So right up your alley.
Yeah, back in my day in 2008, we had discussions about between 2020 and 2025. We were discussing how there could be a viral outbreak in that Chinese marketplace storyline. I was surprised they panned out exactly on time.
Oh wow, you were actually having discussions about that?
Yeah, in 2008, yes, when I was an infectious disease fellow. Yes.
Who were you having these discussions?
With our fellow infectious disease doctors.
What, in China or Belgium?
No, in the United States.
And these were in formal meetings or just?
We were at the university because we were discussing, because in infectious diseases you have, for example, there was the influenza pandemic in 1919, and then before that we had bubonic plague. So you kind of historically, you kind of do have outbreaks of infectious diseases historically.
Do you follow what Bill Gates says, with Jew something like this, with Jew a big virus, global virus? He said that.
What? Yeah, he did say that. That's correct. Yes, you picked up on that one. Yes, you did.
Do you
guys knew that it was gonna happen.
No, we didn't know. We make models.
So you predicted that it would happen.
Yes, I was surprised it exactly happened between 2020 and 2025. And exactly the same place, we said. And but that's not to say, that's not, now listen carefully. That's not to say it was a natural
pandemic.
and that's not to say it was a natural occurrence, but an accidental natural occurrence.
That's not to say. So you don't think it was a natural occurrence?
Yeah, you know what? I'm in a position now. I'm retired. I'm not going to say it was not a natural occurrence. How about that?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's likely released. Either accidentally. I don't know if it was accidental. That's still kind of up. Do you think it was accidental or?
No, I don't think it was accidental. I can say that now, but back during when the pandemic was on, and I couldn't say these things on Clubhouse at the time.
Why? What's stopping you?
Because I have a medical license at the time, and I didn't want to get. You can get your medical license in jeopardy.
That's true. So you were keeping information from the public?
No, I was not keeping information, Benny, because when you make a statement like that, when you have a medical license, the board will come. What evidence do you have to support it? Then you're on the hook.
What evidence do you have, Sam? How do you come to this conclusion?
Well, I'm retired now. I can have a theory.
Sure, go on. Tell me.
No, that's it. That's enough for now.
It's a humble request to everyone that I am sharing this petition in the chat. Please go on and sign it. Thanks, guys.
What's it for?
Let's go and open and read.
I'm doing the dishes.
Pardon?
I'm doing the dishes. I can't do that.
Regarding the freedom of Iran, so just right. Just sign it.
The freedom from the IRGC?
No. Just read it. It's quite funny. Go and read it. It's a humble request to all of you. I have been doing this, so please do that. And you don't have to use your real name if you want to sign up. Just use a fake name, and if you need an email, you can copy the email from the second link. If you search on Google temporary email, from there you can get temporary.
You better stop advertising your shit on my own respectfully.
Did you even open and read that?
I'm not gonna read it. Yesterday you started reading it, put me to sleep.
Okay.
So,
I've sharpened it now.
you should open up your room, right, and put a title. Raza Pahlavi scumbags come here and read the petition.
Okay.
And they will probably click your account. Anyways, if anybody else wants to come up, because I'm gonna come on up.
Robert, what is that house named after you? Who made that house? There's a house named
House?
Yeah, a house on
That was a Jewish infiltration. No, there was a Palestinian infiltration and a Jewish infiltration too.
Sorry, I got a phone.
Oh, really? What was it? Friends and Bibi? It was Jack, Palestinian.
Oh, Jack?
Yeah, that fucking retard, you remember? That's
Oh, shit, Jack was involved in that?
Yeah, Jack, and created the house. And then Bibi came around and opened the same house. John Kitover came around and did the same shit.
Wait, but they were different houses, right?
Yeah, but they're a mere house with my name on it.
Okay, yeah.
And then Bibi.
Oh, and Jack wasn't working with Bibi, was he?
No, but he's the original one that copied. And then you had Bibi copied this house as well, World Affairs Forum. Such a retard. Yeah,
That was pretty funny, Amir. You had to admit.
Do you know what the funniest part about my books? After I block all the psychopath, they're sending people in here like Edward and Dean. You know, they're telling us to unblock them, otherwise, or else. Like this is what Jack was doing. I'm like,
They hijacked your club.
yeah, no, they didn't. I still have my club. They just
know.
hijacked the name. Because under my Amir house, nobody else can open a room. It's for my followers.
Just like me and Sam were saying, if they spent that much time making fucking money.
No, Amir's getting paid per hour by Clubhouse.
Yeah, Amir makes good money on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
I don't make money.
He's making that.
Amir does his work, and he sits on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm gonna check your profile yesterday. Paul was tipping you yesterday. Have you checked your profile? We're getting tips.
Yeah, some people that tip me, what is it? 5 coins is like 5 cents, bro. What are you talking about? Tipping?
I got tipped today in a room because I told the story of how my grandfather worked for Spirit Airlines and how they fucked him out of his shares after he died and his wife didn't get him.
How much did he give you? 5 cents? 10 cents? 25 cents?
I got 5 cents for that story, man.
Wow.
Listen, I be dropping some political knowledge up in this, but you guys must be paying me. I don't do this.
But they disagree with you. The Lebanese, they disagree with you. They're like,
I don't
no,
care if they disagree.
Rio's like, yes, blah, blah. And then Shape is like, no, we want to keep separate. We want the Lebanese identity. I was listening for a bit. Nationalism comes out.
But this is the thing is that this is like a micro, like mycopathy or whatever of like just what the Lebanese society is like. Here's a little sample.
Mangus, I want to ask you a question because I hear this brought up sometimes. I heard some guy ask you, are you North Lebanon or South Lebanon? What does that mean, North Lebanon, South Lebanon? What's that all about?
Because people are like, they're very, because they predominantly think, like, when I tell people where I'm from in Lebanon, and if they're not well versed in, like, how, like, basically, it's so, mixed where I'm from, like, they automatically think I'm Druze, or they automatically think I'm Christian, because I tell them I'm from Shmid, which is northern Lebanon. And northern Lebanon isn't just northern Lebanon, there are different areas. There's Shmid, there's Trablos, there's, what else is that place called, that crazy ass place, that borders Syria? No, where there's a lot of Christians there. God? Is that where it's at? Like, we're those Kurdish that we deported to Germany and so they can cause their problems? Some of them, oh man, you never heard of like the Lebanese Kurdish crew that's like ransacking Germany now with their mafias? We have them.
I've never heard of Lebanese Kurds to start with.
Yeah, because we kicked their asses out and they went to Germany. They're crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were they wherever the Albaq ولا where?
Let me look at the map real quick. For some reason I'm thinking I'm gonna.
Batron?
No, not Batron. It's let me look at the Lebanese map real quick. Because I have a Christian friend that's from there.
No. Go on.
Yeah, the only time I heard about them was like I saw this Vice thing about these. I kept hearing about like these Lebanese mafia that are in Germany, and I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we don't got people like that. And then, so when they dived in, they were Lebanese Kurd.
Lebanese Kurds?
Yeah, they're not in Lebanon anymore.
I never heard of Lebanese Kurds.
No, they're. It's like right.
Yeah.
1 second, I got a phone call. Let me get back to you guys.
Anyways, what's up with you, Taco? What you been up to?
Not much, man. I just check in periodically when Samoa leaves.
You know, like
back to there.
I
kill brain cells of that guy.
I forgave him, because I wanted to give him a second chance. Trump announced his plan to escort ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz. Wow.
Hey, let's see what the oil prices are doing right now.
There you go.
All right,
You
I'm
said
back.
what's up? You're very high. Oil price went down a little bit, not much.
Yeah, it's at 101.
No, not Ankara. Ankara is in
Turkey.
Akkad. It's like, it's literally right by.
What?
Akkad, it's like right up north. It borders Syria. It's like that region that borders like Syria, like Kuwait and stuff like. That's where they're originally. But they, let me find the.
How do you spell that? Akkad?
Aakkar.
Okay, you guys there? Yeah. You see when he makes an announcement like that.
Oh. That's a government, like it's a province.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just north of Tripoli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I've never been up.
It's a crazy place.
I went to Tibet, you know that?
The hell
Yeah.
did you go there for?
So one of my trips to Lebanon, I was like helping Syrian refugees.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of Syrian refugees that ended up in Tibet because it's the Sunni part of like the whole, Trablus. I mean, Trablus is Sunni, but like it's the poorer part of, where this is. It's like,
Okay, they're called they're in Germany. They're Lebanese Kurdish crime clans in Germany, often referred as Arab clans or Ma'alami Kurds, are organized crime networks that originated from refugees fleeing the civil war in the 1980s. The Al-Azad crime family. Literally.
Sounds like a Sopranos episode, huh?
No, these guys are nuts. There was a whole Vice investigative thing. That's the first time I ever heard of them.
So it says here there's 100 to 150,000 Kurds in Lebanon, mostly in Beirut and
Yeah, I can see that. But like, there's the Al-Zain crime family, and there's these gangs in there in Germany, and they're wreaking havoc in Germany.
Oh, man, there might be an escalation today.
No, you believe it?
I would like to go to Baghdad.
Oh, I've been to
About time?
Baghdad many
About
times.
I've heard it's so nice.
Now you believe
I
it?
got some crazy
About
Baghdad
time?
stories. Like, of course, there's the Allah, the ruins.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, I've been there many times. I have lots. It's one of my favorite places to go in Lebanon. But Lebanon itself, the Bekaa is a crazy place. I've got like friends that are from there, and I've got crazy stories.
Given these remarkable numbers, this poll this morning is not an outlier. Every poll shows the same
I love visiting the historical sites. So much.
trend.
There's a lot in my area. There's like, I rode the donkey once to go to like this one area in the mountain where like there's the oracle that Alexander the Great, before like he went further, like he used to consult this oracle. It was like in a cave.
Wow.
Yeah, there's also Egyptian ruins in Lebanon, believe it or not, because actually,
Yeah, there was the Egyptians conquered.
yep, they were there, and so parts of those ruins in Baalbek also were Egyptian.
Yes, Alexander would consult with the oracle prior to going to battle. He was a part of the process. You have to have.
He did it in Egypt too.
Yes, he did that. Yeah, right. He did that. But there was Siwa. I once visited a site in Siwa where there was an oracle, and I think there was a site in either Aswan or Luxor I visited too, where he was there at that site. It was marked. He was there. That guy went.
He also the story of him, the story of his conquest of Sur. That's interesting. It used to be like an island.
When you
Now it's
think
part of
about,
it.
itself. He was moving a legion, an army legion. And how far they moved, it's incredible.
It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, right.
He was very young. When he died,
Yeah,
in
okay.
his 30s.
Yeah,
He died in his 30s, I think, yeah.
From an infection.
That's what they say. There's a lot of speculation.
That he was
Controversy.
poisoned.
Yeah, possibility, yeah.
But